how do I say this nicely? How do I say this nicely? What's happening to Diddy? I'm not gonna be making umpteenth videos about what's happening to to Diddy, right? I'm not gonna do that. The reason why is I've been telling people or many others on my channel for about 2 years now, prior to all of this blowing up, um, what was going to happen. So it's it's almost, to me, in my opinion, it's kind of a waste of time for me really to talk about Diddy on my channel, believe it or not. But since it is trending and I know people are going to ask about it, so I'm going to cover this once and for all. I might drop one video, maybe one video about this, and then I'm going to leave it alone. The reason I'm coming, pause, to this conclusion, because I saw Corey Holcomb yesterday, and because the normies are always so late to the party. So this is what happened. I saw Corey Holcomb yesterday, the Corey Holcomb show, 5150 show last night, right? And he said he was tired from the flight, whatever, to do the show, but I don't know. People were expecting Corey Holcomb to go in on Diddy or something like that. And I'm like, and I knew he wasn't really going to go in on Diddy. The reason why is because he's been talking about this for years. And not only about Diddy, but people would complain about Corey Holcomb saying, oh, he think everybody in Hollywood gay. Well, I mean, what can you say now? And now you want me now you want him to expand his energy to talk about what he's been saying for damn near 10 to 15 to 20 years now about what the industry is. We already know. So I'm going to spend as little as possible talking about Diddy, but I'm just doing it just so I don't want people to be like, did you cover Diddy? Yeah, but what's happening to him is not a surprise. And the only reason why he's being brought in right now is because he's outlived his usefulness and he has dirt on many powerful people, right? But like I said, because it's you guys, because it's you and it's the algorithm, I'm going to cover it. But there's a lot of other mainstream like I don't even think I'm even going to cover Brittany Renner. Like, remember when Brittany Renner had her breakdown? I didn't cover it. I did that on purpose. Or like I remember what's another example that I can give? Remember when Sheehan Reynolds, I don't know if you remember her, she had her interview with Myron Gaines, right? For Fresh and Fit. And the Fresh and Fit stands, who I just can't really stand half the time, but it is what it is. It's not necessarily always Myron or Fresh that I really can't stand. It's really the fans of Fresh and Fit that I really can't stand. But anyways, Myron had the interview with Sheehan Reynolds, and there were certain content creators that I was watching that I like to watch, MGTOW creators or other independent content. And people are like, why don't you cover Sheehan Reynolds versus Myron? He destroyed her. Really, guys? I'm not, man. No, I don't think, from what I remember, I don't think anybody asked me to cover that. But I remember people were asking my favorite content creators to cover that. And they're just like, guys, there's no use in covering that. There's no need. Sheehan Reynolds is what she is. Her intelligence level is where it's at. Like there's no need. There's no need. There's no need. Let me bring up. Hopefully, I hope you guys know what I'm talking about. Sheehan Reynolds versus Myron. Because when that interview went viral, whatever, people were asking all the content creators, they gotta, like, you gotta cover this. This was awesome. She got destroyed. Oh man, bruh. Oh yeah, this one specifically. This one. I mean, she and Reynolds. She is what she is, man. I think we need to address that. We might have a sickness where we want to see these content creators, quote unquote, destroy modern women or whatever. I don't feel the need to do that. They're destroying themselves. There's no need for me to be like, watch, let me watch this uh PUA or whatever person in the space destroy a single mom, a single mammy with a 16-year-old daughter that's in the industry. I mean, hey man. The joke's already writes itself. I don't even have to say anything. She's a single mammy with a 15-year-old daughter. I don't care how pretty she and Reynolds is. She's destroying herself. But you want the content creators to cover nonsense like that. Or somebody like me or anybody else covering Diddy ad nauseum. Nah, we really should just be sticking to the program. And I was happy that Corey Holcomb, he didn't even have to go into depth. He only spent like 10 to 15 or probably 15 to 20 minutes. And he was even talking about Diddy. He was talking about everybody else surrounding Diddy, meaning just talking about the Hollywood game and how a lot of your favorite entertainers, your male entertainers, conservative or liberal, your favorite sports stars, a lot of them are down low. So we've already we've had this discussion many of times on the stream. I just found it funny how people were just expecting Corey Holcomb to like come in and just destroy quote unquote Diddy. I mean, we need to keep this message pushing because even at the end of the day, no matter what's happening to Diddy, even though he's a predator, Diddy's a predator, and I'm actually glad that he's being taken out because he's been a menace to the black community. He's been a menace to society in general. So it is what it is on that end. But I will say this: what happened to Diddy can happen to you. A lot of what happens, you have a lot of men. They get into these positions of power, and they can get whatever they want. And the reason why they act out once they earned it in these positions of power, when they were younger, they never had these kind of positions of power. They never were captains of their teams, whatever. They never were the popular person. They play the long game and they became successful. Now the problem is with that's a trap for a lot of guys like a Diddy, uh, 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 these uh, these new celebrities on Twitch that are getting caught up with kids now, right? The reason why, and I'm gonna make a separate stream on that, they're not used to that kind of attention. They don't know what to do with it, so they're not gonna go after something regular. They're not gonna go after something regular. They're gonna get caught up with what they want to get caught up with because now that they have the power to do so, they think they can pull it. That's the dangers. That's the trap of if you're the average guy or if you're a loser growing up or if you're the average guy where you get to a position of power or you finally get some leverage on you. This is what can happen. You can fall into that trap. Anybody can end up like Diddy. Any one of us, believe it or not. People are like, well, I don't mess with men. It doesn't even have to be about whether you mess with men or women. Any man could. Do you know how many people are gonna get in trouble off of Diddy just because of hanging with Diddy, just because of having a party with Diddy? Do you know how many men you're gonna see? How many entertainers are gonna be exposed? Remember, I don't know if anybody remembers. We did a stream with Caitlin Clark. We did the WNBA sports stream, and we had a very actually diverse like showing in the chat. We had women in the chat, we had men in the chat, old men, black men, white dudes, white women, black women in the chat. And remember, we had a female limo driver. She was in the chat and she was talking about what the entertainment industry is. She told you, I know people in that service industry as well. They'll tell you these celebrities, a lot of them, I'll say most of them, they're down low. They just they're either freaks or they're down low. So I'm like I said, I'm so happy that Corey Holcomb he didn't even go in on it. He just went in on the entertainment industry as well because we already knew what Diddy was. I've been telling people for 2 years on this channel, Diddy's next. Now after Diddy is going to be basically Jay-Z's next. Drake is going to be eventually next. You know what I mean? Who else? Who else that I can think of? You can put names in the chat. Like Jay-Z's next. Once you outlive your usefulness, you're out of there. Right? We talk about R. Kelly, right? The only reason why R. Kelly got taken down is because he has a catalog and he outlived his usefulness, and now he's worth more dead than alive. Now, the problem is in this day and age, it's too obvious. It's too obvious to just, all right, we're going to just take him, we're going to delete him. No, it's too obvious to do that. So, what they do is they disparage your name. So, it devalues your catalog so they can take it. So, what they're going to try to do, because Diddy already kind of tried to play the game. What he tried to do earlier, and I picked up on this. I think around last year, he was trying to give the publishing rights back to the artist that he already was stealing from. And I'm like, why is he doing this now? I'm like, he must be. I don't know. I'm like, maybe he's dying. I don't. I thought maybe he was dying or something. That's what I thought. Me like he had like a terminal illness and he not telling nobody. It's either that or he knows he's going to be taken down soon. So those are the telltale signs for me that, oh yeah, he's about to be taken down soon. So these are the things, man. Shout out to Reaper joining in on the chat, and shout out to Pyro. Shout out to Truth Hunter. Says, wonder how long before Diddy is found in his cell with 45 stab wounds and 27 gunshots to the head. Yeah, is it suicide? I'm sorry, self deletion. One shot to the head, but it's a self deletion. They gonna do it. That's what they gonna do. It's the same thing they did to Big J. Same thing they did to Big J. The Big J.E. Mr. Eastine, right? Mr. Eastine. We already like when they said they had him in custody. I'm like, they go when I found out about the whole Easting Madness, meaning they said he had him in custody. They're gonna find a way to. I'm like they're gonna delete him. They found, man. Do you remember what happened when they went into his residence and they found that portrait of President? What would that make him? 42. Remember, they found a portrait of President 42. I can't say his name on this in this stream. They found a portrait of him in a blue dress and some heels as a painting in J.E.'s residence. This dude had dirt on people, bro. For him to even have something like that, that shows. I'm like, what? Because people might think I'm making this up. When I saw this, I was like, oh. And they're talking about, oh, he's gonna stand trial. He's gonna be him. He ain't gonna stand no trial. I'm like, they're gonna delete him. And they're gonna just they it like it's so bad. Like everybody knows what happened to him, but they just can't even say it on TV. They can't even say it on TV. It's a joke. It's a joke, man. An absolute joke. I'm afraid I was gonna show the portrait on the stream. I'm afraid to even do that. I don't even want to get my channel's already been targeted. So, and I have proof of that, but there's already been too much. There's already been too much. But like I said, I wish in the future. Yep, Truth Hunter said it. Truth Hunter said it. Oh man. But anyways, man. Anyways, I just hope in the future I like just in the future I'm gonna I'm not gonna do that much Diddy videos. I'm not. Because we've talked about this for too long. People have been talking about Diddy for too long. You know, I've done my live streams, I've done my videos. I remember when R. Kelly got in trouble, and I'm like, why they not going after Diddy? I'm like, he must not be of importance at this time, you know? Like, as Diddy, like to me, in my opinion, Diddy's a real predator. Like, he's a predator. But the reason why he's getting in trouble now is because he has dirt on powerful people. They might even try to see if they can steal his catalog. They might even try to see if they can get a part of that. But it's really the dirt that he has. Well, Diddy has his own private catalog that they're going after. He has like Diddy has a different type of catalog. Like with R. Kelly, they were going after his music catalog, the powers that be, maybe. Now, the for Diddy, he has a different type of catalog. He has his own uh we got P Hub, right? We got P Hub, but he has a C Hub, he has a celebrity hub, he has his own database. Like Diddy's a smart dude. He's a smart dude, man. He made sure he has a lot of contingencies. He's not like a regular type of ninja that you could just arrest and just nah. This is a smart dude. This is a smart ninja. This is a dude. This is a ninja with contingency plans and all that. You know. Yep, Truth Hunter is right. He said Michael Jackson. Michael Jackson's one guard had ties to Diddy. It's a small circle at the end of the day. And besides, anyway, look, like I said, I know limo drivers, bro. I know certain limo drivers. They have to drive certain people. You know, there's a lot of things that Diddy do, a lot of things that celebrity do. It's not really a secret. You know, it's not really a secret. These bodyguards, these chauffeurs, they'll tell you everything. You get these people at the right spot, they'll tell you. They'll tell you. They'll tell you what the industry is, man. They'll tell you what it is. But I wish, you know, because I wanted to do a different subject today. I might have to save it for I don't know. Let me see. Tomorrow, I got something tomorrow night. But maybe I can sneak in a live stream tomorrow in the middle of the day, around the 5 or 6 o'clock range, maybe. But because there was a different type of live stream I wanted to do specifically today, but I can't because I already know. I'm like, you know what? People gonna be asking about Diddy, and I don't think the algorithm is gonna favor me if I did the topic I wanted to do. But you know, there was a couple of different things I wanted to cover today. Specifically, because I dropped two videos on my channel. Let me see if I can bring it up. Um, so I dropped these two videos on my channel regarding Charlie Kirk, right? And his interviews that he did with Jubilee pertaining the baby deletion topic. I wanted to cover that and just conservatives just in a nutshell. That I that's what I kind of wanted to go in on today, but it's gonna my the topics today will be skewed more towards entertainer the entertainers side of things, right? When it comes to entertainers, the stuff that entertainers do. That's kind of where I want to that's where I want to aim my stuff at. That's what I want to aim my stuff at today. Let me see if I missed a couple of chats. Truth Hunter said old theory was Diddy and Sony deleted MJ. Well, definitely Sony is definitely linked to MJ's death. That's definitely I 100% believe that Sony is uh what's the word, complicit with MJ's death. But Diddy being a part of it, I've seen that theory because Diddy's been a lot is behind a lot of there's a lot of deaths where Diddy's name keep popping up. there's, there's just too many times Diddy's name keep popping up in these things where I'm like, this dude, there's something to it. There's definitely something to that. And I've seen like, I gotta start linking these channels because I'll say some of these ladies, they make really good channels regarding when they talk when they start linking the facts together, start making the connections, and all that stuff. I got to give them their props and their credits one day. People will be shocked where I get my info and my sources and my research from. They'll be or the YouTube channels I give credit to. People will be shocked, you know. Oh, that's what I wanted to. Let me get this out the way. Let me get this out the way because about I did talk about this. I know this is a bit narcissistic, but I wanted to cover some of these people in my comment section because they're killing me. They're absolutely killing me. Let me see if I can find a video that I'm talking about. So remember the other live stream that I covered Drew Afwalo, right? I covered Drew Afwalo, right? So remember when I did the video on this and then I did the live stream just covering her. I did not know she had a cult like she has like a cult like following. You know what I mean? Like she is similar to a Cynthia G, but like she's like way more popular than a Cynthia G, like way more, you know. But I wanted to show you the comments because yeah, I got heavily ratioed by her fans, right? And I was a little bit, I'm not gonna say shocked, but I didn't know like she had like, because when you have a cult following, even if you're a small channel, the fans of the said celebrity, they will find your channel if you say anything negative about their person, right? So if you see the comments, I'm gonna show you. I show you. Is it under newest? Do I got newest on there? Yeah, perfect. So I'm showing you all the comments for that, and it's basically all damn near all of the comments were her fans, and it reminded me of the comments that I had when I was talking about Jesse Lee Peterson and like Riley Gaines, right? Um, so you see here it says LMAO, men are so fragile. You see another one, the next one, it says the GED level analysis you attempted on her didn't catch my attention. I was just listening to what she had to say, right? Somebody said, y'all stay mad and bald. you know, they said, cry about it. She calls out toxic, misogynistic men, ones that basically are asking for it and start the discussions. But if you're offended, congrats, you're the target audience. You're pointing out that men and women differ physically and blah, blah, blah. Oh, I ain't reading all of that. hold on. I forgot. I ain't reading all that. And I already responded to this. Like, I don't get this. And most of the comments is saying like I'm fragile and all this stuff, and basically the same shame, the basically what's the sign language, right? Like Kevin Samuels like to say. This is what I don't get from the Drew Afwalo fans. The big point that I was making in that video is that Drew Afwalo, I think she's playing people. I think she's an agent. I think she really doesn't she says these things. I'm not saying she doesn't mean it because she is. I think she does mean what she say. Like when she's talking I think she really doesn't like men like that. Meaning, yeah, she doesn't mind talking junk, so to speak. But when I made that discovery, I didn't know she had a whole long-term relationship. Let me bring up her page for you guys real quick. Let me bring up her page because I didn't really get her because I would see a lot of RP creators cover her and because she would cover the manosphere and make fun of people in the manosphere, but I never covered her until last week. And I'm looking at her content. I'm like, okay, I don't get it. Maybe she's an agent. Maybe she's just there to just cause dissension between men and women. And I just chalked it up to that. And now I'm really looking at her page and I'm like, what is her goal? You know, because when I saw her page and I saw her boyfriend and I saw what her boyfriend looks like, and I saw what's that picture? Let me hold on. Let me. I gotta find the because when I saw this pic, and then when I saw this specific pic and this caption, "Happy 7th anniversary," and I'm like, wait a minute. So during the time, because she just got famous recently, like 2 or 3 years ago, what's it, 3 or 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I would say 3 years ago, right, to be safe. So the whole time she's ascending up the charts, and now she's doing interviews with mainstream people and all that, still espousing her male hate. The whole time she has a Chad at home. And then I was looking at her. I looked at the Chad, the Samoan. I was looking at her body type, and I was like, "Oh, I know exactly what type of chick she." I know so many chicks like this talk all that mess. Then when they at home, they the most traditional, conservative. Uh, I'm talking, dude. I know girls like this, dog. I know. Do you know how many girls I know like that? I always I reference you that story. I've told this story before where it was this guy that I knew. He had an Instagram. I don't want to put his I don't want to put his damn, I need some water. But hold on. I don't want to put his Instagram out there, but he was it. I don't want to put too much of his information out there, but he's 6'5". He's a chat. He's a Tyrone, right? Gym bro, personal trainer, all that. He literally has all the Tyrone / Chad jobs. Happened to be at his apartment one day. We go there. And like I said, he doesn't have just one woman. He has multiple women, right? And I saw his girl, whatever. For some reason, Instagram popped up and I happened to recognize her handle or her tag. And I remember, and then I was just like, oh, I go on her page and I was like, yo, I was like, you do know, like your girl, she be talking about, Cynthia G and how black men need to die. And I'm like, he's like, he told me like, Chris, you just gotta let it. I was just like, what? Meanwhile, I'm talking about if you saw her posts compared to what she was doing for the guy, and mind you, she knows she's sharing that guy. She knows because he has multiple women, right? She was cooking, cleaning, talk about literally anything he said, she was damn near like yes master, basically. And I'm just thinking, oh, that's just one of his. But you go on her page, you see her handle, and I'm like, wait a minute, I recognize this handle. I'm like, she be spewing all the vitriol talking. I'm talking about black men need to be all the Cynthia G stuff, all the extreme stuff. But and I'm like, wait a minute. So this is I know way too many women like this though. They get famous by spousing all this male hate and all this stuff and talking about misogyny and all this stuff. Meanwhile, they have a Chad at home who they're cooking and cleaning for. It's the same thing with the Cardi B situation. Talking about all this nonsense on her songs. Meanwhile, not only is she cooking and cleaning at home, she lets Offset cheat. She lets Offset cheat, and she don't even leave him for cheating. Or it definitely doesn't try to separate his kids from him for cheating. Right? These and I'm trying to tell the broads in my comment section. I'm not even dissing them in my comment section. I'm just telling them like, yo, you guys are being played. I'm sitting there like, you guys are being played, bro. Like she just milking y'all. And like, yeah, I believe she is speaking her mind. I believe when it comes to men, I believe she really doesn't like most men, but she likes her dude. I believe that. I believe that. But I'm saying don't let her rhetoric stop you from getting what you guys probably need, right? And you guys are taking her word as gospel. Meanwhile, she got a whole man, and I'm I'm telling you, I'm seeing the because I was looking at the comments, they were basically repeating our talking points, right? Um, you know, I, I was like, wow, I'm literally like, yo, I'm like, y'all ladies are getting played. Yeah, I'm like, you guys are getting played. Like for example, with Cynthia G. But I will say this: I'm not going to take Drew Afualo lightly. I made that mistake with Cynthia G. I remember Corey Holcomb was talking about Cynthia G. And I saw her page, and then I saw the trouble that she got into when she got pregnant by one of her fans, literally a Pookie, talking about all this divesting stuff. Meanwhile, she gets knocked up by a dusty Pookie that already had a woman. And then his woman put Cynthia G's text out there. And I was like, oh, she's just one of those she's just one of those heartbroken women that are always going to be heartbroken by drug dealers, and she's going to take out her hate for her situation out on the rest of the world. That's what she is. So I basically dismissed Cynthia G. But as time move on, I would hear women talk, and I'll be like, that's what Cynthia G said. So I'm not gonna take Drew Afualo lightly or in her influence. But I will just say this: it's very interesting the people that are espousing these rhetorics, these man hating pages. Meanwhile, she got a whole chat at home. And mind you, I bet you on my last dollar that she's cooking, cleaning. Not only that, and people might disagree with me on this, she's probably even letting him cheat. People wonder why you'll see all these Chads and these Tyrone with fat women all the time. The reason why is people, oh, because of the head game. No, is not only because of that, is because they understand that they have a Chad, and they don't, I'm not saying they like him cheating, but they don't break up with him over cheating. They don't trip off of him having another woman. And that doesn't even rule out that that fat woman has another man on the side, because I've seen that as well. But they're not going to trip. They're not going to break up with him over him having multiple women. That's really the secret that nobody likes to put out there. That's why you see a lot of these quote unquote plus size model with these Chads and these Tyrones and these dudes with six packs and muscles and all that stuff. The reason why they're undercutting the eights, nines, and tens is because they're doing everything, cooking, cleaning, and all that stuff. And not only that, they're also letting the man cheat and have other women on the side, and they're not tripping over it. Him having a other women on the side. And Drew Alpha Wallow, when I'm looking at these pictures, when I'm looking at this dynamic, I think this is the case. I think this is the case. Don't even be shocked if like something happens and people are gonna tell Drew Alpha Wallow, yo, you gotta break up with your man. She's gonna be like, no. Yo, I promise you, that's what's going that's what she is. But like I said, I'm not going to dismiss Drew Alpha Wallow's influence because she clearly has influence. She clearly has influence, you know. See. Reaper said Diddy isn't an idiot for threatening whoever he did to lose his cushy position and get thrown in Fed prison. See, the music industry is the wild, wild west. Yeah. Oh yeah. So yeah, there are female pages on YouTube. I don't want to because I don't want to I don't want to put out all the stuff. I don't want to put out all my information out there yet in terms of the woman that I'll follow to to help me keep up with this stuff. But the reason why they're good at following these things and following up because women really like this gossip and stuff. So they're very good at finding this stuff out. Um, let me see. A gym chat. Yeah, I keep telling you that story about the guy. He had his own apartment, whatever. Went up in there. That same girl. I'm thinking, oh, this is a nice girl that he has. Doing everything for him and blah blah blah, fixing his clothes, all that, all that, all doing everything. Meanwhile, she on Twitter talking crazy. And I'm sitting there like, I'm thinking, I'm like, what this broad be saying on, and he already knows. He's sitting there, he already, it's like, he literally put his arms around me. He's like, look, listen, man, just they just do that. He's just like not even, it's not even he's like, he's not even concerned. Like I said, it's wow, man. Sometimes because certain things you just be like, wow. Anyways, Truth Hunter says she's like a dog behind a fence. All bark when fence is up, but once you open a fence, they're submissive. Yeah, there's a lot of. I'll say particularly. I'll say anybody that knows this, if you're dating, particularly if you're dating like black women or even women of color, maybe I'll say black and Latino women, but I'll definitely say black women in particular. Like a lot of them already have their guard up. They have a very hard like exterior, but really have a very soft interior. If you get to know them, if you can get past that defense, the only problem is even if you get past defense, that defense is always going to be there, even if you can experience their very soft side. But you're always going to have to experience their hard exterior. They don't really, it never comes off. Pause. So that's the downside. But when it's interesting when you meet. This is why I guess men get intrigued by women that quote unquote give them a hard time because they're like, okay, I'm a get those insides and I'm gonna win. But that's in my opinion, that's just not worth it. Like even for me, when people say, "Oh, crazy girls have the best punani," I'm like, "Oh, really? Is it really, or is it just the conquest? The animalistic behavior behind the conquest of conquering unruly woman. You know what I mean? So a lot of these things, men end up complaining about their girls being crazy and taking them to court and all this. But I would like to say, just let's make sure as men we're not bringing problems upon ourselves by saying that lie. talking about, oh, crazy girls got the best punani. I done heard even these ninjas talking about, oh, single mammies have the best punani, and I'm like, guys, stop, just stop, man. You're just putting unnecessary problems on yourself, man. Man. I don't cook, I don't clean, even get caught 4K cleaning. Yeah, Cardi B literally caught on 4K cooking and cleaning by Offset. It's the funniest thing, man. But they'll be like the biggest ones telling their girlfriends to break up with their guy, their perfectly good guy. Then meanwhile, that same broad that's been telling your girl to break up with you and cause problems with you, then you'll find out her situation is crazy, where she probably should be breaking up with that dude, or she's in a position with no leverage, or if she finds herself in a position where she gets a Chad or a Tyrone or whatever, one of these guys, she's not going to leave him. And it'll be that same broad that was telling your girl, to give them such a hard time. Anyways, let me look at my Twitter real quick. Let me just look at my Twitter. Just make sure I'm not missing nothing. And you know what? I will say this. I blame that whole Shannon Sharp incident. Who I blame mostly? I blame the public, because I don't think people understand. Like, I could tell when people were calling Shannon Sharp gay and all that, that was bothering him. That clearly was bothering him. But people want to keep poking the bear, poking it. Now I gotta listen to this not now I'm scarred because I had to hear that. And y'all know what I'm talking. I did not want to hear that, but I ended up having to hear that. Oh man. Anyways, let me see. Oh, right here. Let me do something quick. Pause. Let me do something quick. I saw this. I'm gonna do a video on this. I'm gonna do a video on this eventually. I'm gonna do a video on this. There was this guy that came on who called in on a show, which he's an idiot. And it was a female co-host. I don't know what the show's called, but it's called, I guess, the LBC. Oh yeah, the LBC, leading Britain's conversation. This guy came in there and he was trying to talk about the family court system in Britain. And he was up there looking for sympathy from a female co-host, or empathy from a female co-host. And I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he did that. But anyways, let's just take a listen. I might have to play this in a different type of speed. Fair use, by the way, fair use. Can I turn the caption on? I don't know if I can do that. But this is like another reason why we tell men not to necessarily go to women for your problems, because they just don't, they have zero empathy when it comes to the stuff that you go through.
I've been through the family courts and been denied access to my son from the mother's allegations.
Fair use, by the way, fair use.
And to come back to the point about should rights automatically be denied, I think no, given the current state of the family court system. Well, I think that the family court system is actually anti-men. The whole problem is that
the thing is, if you open up to, especially if you're talking to a woman, I've seen this in college. If you are a man, if you're the average, especially if you're the average white man, and you go up to a female and you talk about how the court systems are anti-men, or just the system in general is anti-men, they're just going to look at you like you're crazy, unfortunately. So this is why it's not even, I always make the joke, right? When we talk about the MRAs, right? Or the incels, I say you're better off identifying as an incel than a men's rights activist. Because if you already open up to a person I'm talking about if you go on a, like, say if you go on a date with a random broad, you have a better chance of getting the punani from a girl eventually, opening up with "I am an incel" rather than "I am a men's rights activist." They're not Women are not trying to hear men's rights, or they in because in their mind, men get all the favor in their mind. So if you come up and open up to them and say, "Oh, this system is anti-men," or social, this job is anti-men, or whatever. There's no men in this job. They're just gonna look at you like you're crazy. They're just gonna shut down. They're gonna be like, What are you talking about?" Especially if you are a Caucasian male. If you're the average Caucasian male, they're not even trying to hear that from you.
There's a contempt of men in society, and we keep hearing, like, at government level that,
So automatically, she just started laughing. Automatically.
I would strongly disagree with you on that, Neil. As a woman,
well, if we come back to, like, women's aggressions in society, so Dr. Jordan Peterson, there's a YouTube video.
Oh, don't
about
quote
women's
it.
aggressions.
No. You cannot quote Jordan Peterson on my show. I'm sorry. I mean, it's
Now, like I said, that's another. I saw this in college. This one dude, he tried to open up, and during history class, he was just trying to talk about how men get through. No, he was talking about how particularly white men go through these. The average white man goes through certain things, and he was basically laughed. He wasn't laughed out of the class, but all the girls were basically just laughing at him, right? Now he did get his get back because Orange Men ended up winning the election that year. But I tell you that story all the time. Like, women are not trying to hear that. They're not trying to hear that. So when I go on my platform and I tell men, therapy is probably not the best place for you, only because I just know there's many women like this, or teachers like this, professors like this, social workers, nurses like this. They're not trying to hear that. Right? So all these professions out there, and you're gonna see them all the time. You can't avoid them. But so this is why we have spaces like this where we can talk about this right here, or you need to find a male therapist, even if he is liberal, but well, he can't be gay. He can't be gay. You got to find a straight male therapist, even if he's might be on the liberal side, but just find it, because even if he thinks you're full of caca with the men's rights things, because there's a lot of liberal men that they're not buying that either. But as a man, there's a respect there, so he will hear you out. He'll hear you out and assess your situation with the seriousness that it needs, even if he disagrees. But if you're going to a female therapist, right, or a female radio host, and you're looking for answers, there's no empathy. You're not going to get it.
It's just that they're on. Flipping heck. No, I'm not having that, Neil. You sounded quite reasonable, but to quote somebody like him, who I find a total misogynist, and
for them to find Jordan Peterson misogynistic, I mean, is laughable in and of itself. I don't remember. I don't remember really one like crazy thing. Like I don't see how they can say that. But like I said, anything that challenges female behavior or puts any woman in some kind of a bad light, they're just gonna call you a misogynist, right? I have to say it like that, but they're gonna call you that. That's what they're gonna call you. So for them to consider Jordan Peterson some extreme, like, mix, woman hater, it's the funniest thing, but that's where we are in society.
And it's just ridiculous, because women are very frightened at the moment.
But I'm gonna do a story on this. I'll probably do something on this. I'll probably go into Carol.
I've been through the family courts and been denied access to my
Carol Volderman. Oh Lord, that last name says it all right there. Anyways, Anyways, let's get to the comments that I missed. Oh, Pyro, I know exactly what you're talking about. There's like the Simps are not gonna die. So Pyro, let me read off Pyro's chat. He says, I remember a post yesterday about a tweet about Jaden Smith fumbled the bag on a girl. And I'm just, bruh, I don't care how GAY Jaden Smith is. He's a celebrity. He can get, do you know how many girls like that he can get? That probably they said he fumbled a bag on a girl. It's like, oh Lord have mercy. I know what you're talking about because it was a male account that said that as well. I'm like, these guys need to catch up, bro. Jaden Smith can get plenty of women like that. And I don't even think he likes women like that, in my opinion. I don't even think he's straight. That was probably his beard. That was just for he paid her to just make me look good for a little bit, and those girls are paid for play, man. Let me see. Truth Hunter said, last time a woman asked me to open up, I told her the only thing I'm opening up is your legs. I remember you said that. and I said I'm gonna use that on a lady one day. Luckily, I'll say this, all that opening up stuff, that's mostly like high school and college stuff. Like in my adult life so far, Pat, like they haven't tried that. The women haven't really, because I haven't given them enough. Like I even just off rip, because what happens to me is a lot of the times, particularly when we talk about, say, the year 2020, I would say definitely the year 2020 and up, I've been using like fake names, right? So so they'll be like, I remember one girl's like, oh yeah, I know you're this, and I'm like, that's not even my government name. Where did you even get that from? I'm like, did you just take my name from what I gave you, and then you just looked me up and you thought that's who I was? And she just ended up looking crazy because she thought she was just gonna come in and just be like, aha, I know who you are, and my intuition told me this, even though she probably looked up the records. Oh, my intuition told me this, and my astrology cards. I'm like, that's not even my. I was like, did you look me up? I'm like, that's not my government name, right? That's my stage name. By the way, this is why I tell men, don't even really give women that you don't know your full name. One of my relatives put me on game where he told me this, and he can confirm this because he's a reliable source of information. Trust me. He said the girls that he knows. He said there's a girl that he knows at his former school. He's graduated already, and she would be on Tinder, and the dudes that she would match with, the ones that she was interested in, she would relay the name to a tax collector, a person that works in a tax collecting office. So she would find out. So she'd get the name, and she would relay that name to her tax collector office friend to see how much money that guy was making, and to see if he was lying about how much he was making, or where he is in life, if he's in college, or if he's a scammer. You know what I mean? So women will do that. So be careful of just giving your information to women, because then you'll ask, you'll be like, where's this coming from, and blah blah blah. So you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. Sorry, I just got a weird unknown number call me. It literally said unknown on there. Anyways, but you gotta be careful who you relay your information about. Just your information in general. You have to be careful. Oh, let me see here. So Pyro said, women don't care about a man; they only care about what a man can provide. But it's even deeper than that. Where it's not. Most women don't like you for you, right? Most women don't really like men in general. They just what is everything is what a man can provide a woman, whether it's money, whether it's he's famous, whether it's he's useful at this, or if he provides, even if he provides D game and that's it. If he takes away the D game, she's gonna be gone. Right? So, and I even remember because you'll have like these dudes in the comments, they really concern me. So they'll talk about like, but the basketball player, she's getting he's getting her genuine desire. And I'm like, not really, guys. I'm like, you do know like NBA girlfriends, they be cheating all the time. They be like, but they're tall and they have that means they have a big D. I'm like, well, that just makes them a guy with that just makes him a tall dude, a tall ATM with good D. That doesn't mean that she loves the dude. I'm just I'm just like that just makes him an ATM with good D. Because they'll talk about like genuine desire and burning. Guys, if a woman can't benefit from being around you personally, right? She's not there. If she's around you is because you can give her something. Because any excuse that she can make it where she doesn't have to be around you, she's gonna do it. Even and it's even deeper than that. If she doesn't see any benefit being around you, if any other girl comes around you, she's gonna make it where even other girls can't come around you because she doesn't even see the benefit of being around. So she'll lie about you. She'll tell a crazy lie about you, and then you're wondering why, as a dude, you probably was friends with one girl or you were talking with one girl at one point, and then it just stopped happening, and then just no other girls ended up approaching. That's because she she ran your name through the ringer. She doesn't like if a woman actually has respect for you, she wouldn't even do something like that. But this happens to a lot of men. Trust me. Truth Hunter says I just give women my middle name. Middle name short, middle name short. And I give women my stage name. So what happens is they'll be like they'll be what happens is a lot of them how do I put this? When I used to give women my real name, I had more chances with women because they could look me up. They could, oh, okay, he's this and that. But the problem is with my stage, if I give women my stage name, they think I'm a scammer off rip. Because if they look up my stage name, nothing is gonna pop up. So that's you know what I mean? That's another part of that's another side of the game, man. Women will look you up, bro. They will look you if they're just like, okay, let me see if can I use this guy? Okay, let me see what this guy's about. Now, if she likes you in general, she'll overlook all that. She won't even look you up and all that nonsense. But I'm meaning if she kind of likes you, or she's just like, he's a little bit interesting, or he seems usable. He seems like he has money, or he seems talented at this. She's going to then she's going to do her due diligence. Then she's going to try to look you up and all that stuff. But if you physically meet her quote unquote standards, she won't vet. She won't do the vetting process. You could be a whole drug dealing, blood diamond dealer. If you meet her physical standards, she'll overlook that. But most men don't meet the average woman's physical standards. So she's going to look you up. She's going to try to see what kind of social proof or social status you have. Okay, moving on. I don't understand why I can't find this one specific story that I wanted to do. But oh, let's oh, are we at the hour mark already? If we're at the hour mark, we might as well just go right into Diddy. Pause. We'll go right in. We'll go right into Diddy. We'll go right into Diddy. Let me just make sure. I might. I just want to make sure. Oh yeah. So let's do this one real quick. Let's do this one real quick. I just want to cover. I just want to cover this one real quick. Oh shoot. Is this it? Oh no, that's not it. 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 This one right here. You probably seen this video right here.
No. I said no.
So right here, if you see the caption, it says, "When my homeboys keep asking me to put them on to girls like I'm a human trafficker," right? So I've already covered this video. I just wanted to show you it.
You can kill all that right now. Like no. I said no. You can kill all that right now.
So we go on to social proof and all this stuff. This is one of the reasons why you'll only like, especially you'll see it in high school, but I think it's even more prevalent now. Where nowadays it's if you go into even you go into high school, it's literally only like 2 or 3 dudes that are getting with like damn near all the women. Getting all the women. You only have those special subset of guys that have like they've had like 30 plus. It'll probably be like 5 guys, and then obviously you'll have the rest of the guys. They'll probably have 1 or 2, but you'll have like 3 or 4 guys that have like a ridiculous amount in their body count, right? The reason that is because if you are a dude and you have one of these people as a friend, as a quote unquote female friend, right? What happens is she having a female friend just in general, it diminishes your social proof with women. So the only way it works is if you are a guy and you already smashed, but she's willing to just be the side chick and she's putting you onto other girls so you can get even more women. So women only do that for a few men that quote unquote meet their physical standards. Right? So what happens is a man will have a female friend, quote unquote, but the female friend will be like, "Oh, I don't see nothing in him. We're only friends." But at the same time, they will never put that male friend on to another woman that she knows, or she would never set that man up with another woman in general. And it ruins him. Long term, it ruins his social proof. Women will not even respect him because they'll just be like, "Why are you even friends with this woman?" They'll find out, especially if they go out, like if they go out in public together, that really messes things up. Especially if they're going out in public together, that really messes things up because she'll see what it looks like, and she'll just be like, she'll she'll make it seem like you guys are together. That's just to block out any other woman trying to take you away from her, even though she doesn't like you. So there's a lot of things that women do, even behind the scenes, to their quote unquote male friends, which limits their dating options. Right? This is why it's only really a few regular dudes that can kind of get past that, and why it like where is only the physically attractive dudes, the Chads and Tyrones, that are literally now, I will say, especially in this day and age, they're the reason why the Chads and the Tyrones, they're not bullies as they were once were, is because they have all the punani to choose from. Literally. All of it to choose from, where they can. So those guys, even if they're broke, they still have all the punani to choose from. So that's why those guys, they don't even trip over if a dude tries to steal from him. If a dude tries to beat a dude, try to get him killed, they don't even trip over that anymore, because they're the only few dudes that are quote unquote qualified for a woman's standards, quote unquote physical standards, where they will not do that. Those nonsense games that they play on the average guy, they won't even attempt that on a Chad or a Tyrone. They're just going to give him what he wants because they have no leverage. Now, unfortunately, what the average guy is going through is you're going through it with women like this that claim to be your friends, and they're blocking your progress in the dating game because they don't want to date you, but they block other women from dating you. They don't even want to set you up with another woman. And then at the same time, they're calling you. You see what the captions are? They're saying, "Oh, what am I, a human trafficker?" You're just like, what? This is crazy. Oh, shout out to Pyro. I see his comment right here. He said the ultimate fake friend. You know? And the ultimate question is, when you ask these quote unquote female friends, because they'll talk crazy about how their male friends are this and that, and oh, I would never put them on to my friend. And now you have to ask them, okay, so why are you friends with people that you wouldn't trust with your female friends? Now that's the Uno reverse card that now we can ask them, because we're always being told, oh, why are you friends with this guy? If you're friends with all these bad people, that make you bad too. Okay, so now same thing goes to you. You don't want to set up none of your male friends because they're quote unquote creepy and this and that and blah, blah, blah. But why are you friends with them then? And this is what I warn these dudes, particularly those male friend groups that had like that one girl in it. Yeah, y'all know who I'm talking. Like you know those male friend groups where you see them are like those video game friend groups, or just friend groups in general, where it's all boys, right? And it's like one girl in there and she's single. You know what I mean? Like, though that I try to warn dudes. I'm like, you do know that girl is ruining, she's ruining y'all. I'm talking about she's ruining all of you guys, because all the girls knows what she's doing. They know what she's doing. They know what she's doing. And on top of that, she knows that if she can just be in a whole male group of friends, she knows she's going to be the most popular person in the group, the most liked, because she knows all she has to do is prance around and do her little dance and do just do a little, just to do enough to each and every single one of the dudes in the male friend group to make it seem like they all have a chance, but they really don't. Though, so man, I because I know groups like that where it'll be like an all male friend group, and then it'll just be one broad in it. You're just like, and you're just looking at this girl, you're just like, and you're just shaking your head. Oh man. Your favorite masked Texan says, why did Diddy had so much lotion and baby oil? No, we already know the answer to that. But we're gonna go right into that. Yeah, I saw your comment, Pyro, in there. It was the that's the first comment they had me see, because they show like anybody that you follow, it shows if you commented on the post. But yeah, those I always say the secret killers of this dating game right now are the let's be honest women, those women, and the so-called female friends. Those two are the silent killers of the dating game. They don't even people want to just talk about just promiscuous women in general and women that do drugs and women that have tattoos. Yes, that too. But when we talk about the silent killers of this dating game on why the dating marketplace is just in a weird spot. This whole normalization of this male female friendship thing, which does not exist. That is that, and the undercover, let's be honest, women that are stealing men's girls right up under them. Those are the two silent killers. One of the two. These are the two of the silent killers of this dating marketplace. That's just my opinion. It's just I don't because the problem is with those when you're talking about the lesbianist, the undercover lesbianist women that are stealing men's girls right up under them. The problem is men don't see women as a physical threat, so they kind of just look at lesbian honest women's like they're just not. If we don't see anybody that can beat us up, we're just like, eh. You know what I mean? You don't even. It don't even. They're not a threat to you. Like you like a man won't even consider it cheating if say if a woman went with another girl, or if he found out that his wife has been with a woman in the past, he doesn't even care because men just don't see women as a threat. So this is why, let's be honest, these people go unchecked. And when we talk about the male female friendship dynamic, people are trying to. I don't know why people want to make this normal so bad, but we already know it's a joke. But people still want to push this, particularly young people. They like to push this and act like it's normal. But hey, those are the silent killers of the game because first of it's funny. I always make the point. I've heard plenty of women say, I can't be friends with women. Women are too much drama and women are sneaky and this and blah, 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 blah. You always hear this from other women. Now, women can say this about other women and say, I can't be friends with a woman. But as a man, I can't say the same thing. As a man, I can't say, well, women are sneaky and this and blah, blah, blah. That's why I don't want them as friends. If I say that, I'm misogynistic. But if another woman says that, oh, she's cool, she's one of the fellas. How is that possible? How is that possible? But anyways, let's go into Diddy now. Pause. Let's go into Diddy. So now, as we all know, Diddy has been taken into federal custody, and we're going to follow all the lines, all the shade room stuff, because we already know when it comes to black men and black men getting in trouble, shade room going to be right on top of them. They're going to be like, hey, yeah, boy. So we already know they're going to have all the information, right? Diddy has been taken into federal custody in connection with alleged sex trafficking investigation. Said according to TMZ, Diddy was just taken into federal custody in New York into the FBI field office in Manhattan. Reports stated it appears the action was taken in connection to the ongoing criminal investigation into alleged sex trafficking, along with other offenses. As we previously reported, the allegations led to search warrants being issued and executed at Diddy's homes in Beverly Hills and Miami. Now, we already know these quote unquote, the reason why they put those charges on his name is so they can get those search warrants in his homes in Beverly Hills and Miami. And why they needed those search warrants to get into his homes in Beverly Hills and Miami is because they're looking for the tapes. And if you're a person with enough influence, enough power, enough money, you have people in the inside of the FBI, Homeland Security, that you can always connect yourself to get stuff like this done. So Diddy clearly has tapes on very powerful people, and they wanted a clean house. That's what they were looking for, those tapes, to make sure the people, the Homeland Security agents or the FBI agents that are working for certain people of power, that's what they were looking for, to make sure to protect their client, their real client, which is not the American people. It's whoever's paying them. That's what America really is. And I'm shocked that the conservatives are now, it's now the conservatives are finally understanding what it really is out here. Anyways, that's a whole other story for another day. Diddy's attorney, Mark Agnifilo, released a statement saying his client is an imperfect person but is not a criminal. He adds, to his credit, Mr. Combs has been nothing but cooperative with this investigation, and he voluntarily relocated to New York last week in anticipation of these charges. Please reserve your judgment until you have all the facts. In addition, Agni Philo says he looks forward to clearing Diddy's name in court. That's hilarious. Especially when they talk about the relocation to New York part. The reason why he relocated to New York, because if you're able to reload, if you get caught in New York, there's a option for a bond release that you can get. Now, if he got caught in Florida, he would have been beat. He would have been beat. He would have been beat. He would have been shot. Meaning, like, he just not shot physically. Meaning, he would have been he would have been caught. He would have been caught. He would have had nowhere to go. But in New York, you have an option for. He would have had a better option for a bond release if he gets arrested or put into custody. Like I said, Diddy's a very smart person. He has a lot of contingencies in plan. Like, this is he's not the average ninja. He's not the average ninja. But yeah. Let's see. Anything more? This says social media users react to Diddy's arrest after indictment by a grand jury. Oh man, but if you know, like, the Shade Room, they had all Diddy news. Let me see. Yeah, they have videos of him hanging in New York before the arrest. Let's see here.
To surrender at a time agreeable to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and then they arrested him last night. I spent the evening with him. I was with him till about 1:00.
Sorry for the sound. It's just for this particular video, the sound is only coming out of one ear. They said Agni Philo says that Diddy came to surrender upon agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office following his arrest yesterday evening, according to Agni Philo. Since the searches in March, both him and Diddy have been expecting charges of racketeering and trafficking. Agni Philo says he's not guilty. He's innocent of these charges. Like I said, they put those charges specifically on him so they can, when you get charges like that put on you, it gives the powers that may be the right to look into you, to really kind of just violate you in terms of, now they have the full license to search your properties, question your kids, the people around you. And when you're seeing stuff like this, I'm like, oh, they must be in desperation mode. They don't want whatever dirt that Diddy has on these, so not only celebrities or entertainers, but the powers that may be, whatever dirt that he has, they don't want that to come out. They definitely don't want that to come out. The same thing with the big JE's, the Eastein's list, right? The Eastein's list, right? That guy's list. That's why they made sure they like, man, how can we play this off? Everybody that list should have been came out, but it's just like they can't. Somebody said, "Ain't this the same lawyer that said Diddy never put his hands on Cassie? Then we saw the footage." But like I said, it's the lawyer. That's the lawyer's job. That's the lawyer's job. They don't call lawyers liars. That's their nickname, right? They call lawyers, instead of lawyers, they call them liars. They don't call the lawyers liars for no reason. It says that Diddy indicted on sex trafficking, racketeering, and prostitution charges, accused of using his businesses to engage in kidnapping, arson, bribery, and more. Now, I'll say this: a lot of this is true. A lot of this is true. A lot of this is true. So shout out, shout out to this person right here. She goes, "I'm so curious to know who assisted him in a decade's worth of crimes. What celebrities participated in these illegal acts? Hearts are beating fast today because it's going to come out." Watch this. It was another woman on Twitter that acknowledged this. I don't know if people have been noticing. There's been a lot of big name celebrities and entertainers. They've been resigning from their positions. I don't know if people have been noticing this for this past week. It's a lot of big name celebrities, entertainers. They just been resigning, or just they're leaving the industry. They're just like, oh yeah, I'm done doing this. I'm gonna be doing something else. It's been a lot of that specifically this week. I've been noticing. I don't want to say no names. I don't want to say no names. It's been a lot of interesting people that have resigned from their job this week. Uh, and like I said, the reason why Diddy was able to get away with the dirt that he has for damn near 3 decades. Yeah, oh yeah, over 3 decades if I'm not mistaken. For 3 decades now is because he would have dirt on them. So he would bring them to his parties. He'd have these cameras set up. And because they were drunk or whatever, they were drugged up, they would do what they do in the room. And because of that, that's the leverage he had over them. So whenever Diddy was doing dirt, he probably told him, "Hey, you got to cover for me." It's a whole network that he had of blackmail over a lot of these entertainers. So man, Diddy was one of the main culprits of this elaborate blackmail scheme that he had over a lot of these entertainers. Truth Hunter says, "Wonder who's going to be the next sex trafficker that's a rapper in the round table of it's going to be Jay-Z." Yeah, it's going to be Jay-Z. Jay-Z's next. It's pretty obvious. Yeah, it's going to be Jay-Z. Yeah, Jay-Z is going to be Jay-Z next. I'm trying to look. I'm thinking about these other, because Snoop Dogg has, for the most part, kept his nose clean, but we don't know. Maybe he's part of those Diddy tapes. We don't know. But I'll say Jay-Z's next because Jay-Z has a lot of dirt, a lot of death around Jay-Z as well. A lot of death that surrounds Jay-Z. That's no coincidence for me. That's no coincidence for me. Or the moves that his Rock Nation, what that the moves that he's able to make. All the artists that he'll try to sign that are independent artists, they'll refuse him, and then something happens to them later on, and that's not a coincidence. that's not a coincidence. I will say this: I am looking forward, because I was looking forward to Diddy's demise, kind of, because I wasn't really vested towards Diddy, even though I always respected his Diddy's IQ. I always respected Diddy's intelligence, in the past. And I still do. I respect his intelligence, but I will say this. I definitely look forward to seeing Jay-Z's and Drake's downfall. that might be a little bit evil for me, but I definitely look forward to Jay-Z's and Drake's downfall. Now, Drake's downfall, it might not happen as how I want it because Drake is he is half he is a small hat. He is a small hat. Um but Jay-Z's downfall, it's pretty imminent. He's next. I've been saying that for years as well. You know, I don't understand how R. Kelly's in prison but not Jay-Z. And Jay-Z did this Jay-Z did the exact same thing as R. Kelly was doing, but and Jay-Z was hanging with R. Kelly like he was his he was one of his running mates when like Jay-Z and R. Kelly used to collaborate heavily. But for some reason, Jay-Z just gets to act. It's like nobody wants to attack Jay-Z. Maybe it's because he's with Beyonce and you know, ladies love Beyonce, so they're just like, oh, Jay-Z can't do no wrong, I guess. But you know, so that's like one of those things, you know. So Diddy, you know, Diddy's one of those things that yeah, I did kind of look forward to it, but I'm looking more forward to Jay-Z's downfall because I think Jay-Z has gone away. I think Jay-Z has gotten away with a lot of things where I'm seeing these other artists and I'm like, so they got away with it, but Jay-Z was okay. I was like, all right, okay, it is what it is. South Holland says it's wild that I have to search your name to see your live. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. I already told you, I am shadow banned a little bit, and I already showed you the episode, the diverting hate campaign. So if any male content creator that makes the content that I do, it's going to it's going to it's gonna it's gonna mess with it. Let me see. Yeah, Pyro said then Drake. He's not gonna beat that PDF allegation. Yeah, it's gonna catch up to Drake eventually. It's just with Drake, he's gonna end up. It's not gonna be the industry. It's not gonna be the powers that be that get him. He's gonna shoot himself in the foot. That's what I believe is gonna happen to Drake because Drake has enough. How do I say it? Small hat protection to protect him. I don't know how to say it, but he has enough small hat blood to protect him, so to speak. But it's gonna be something where Drake is gonna be so cocky that he's gonna shoot himself in the foot. Right? So when you talk about remember when Drake had the rap beef with Pusha T for all these years, and then Pusha T came out with the bait track in 2018, and Drake fell right for it, and then Pusha T ended up destroying him. And Drake could have avoided all of that from just by not responding. You know what I mean? I think Drake is going to end up. It's not like he's the powers that be are. It's not going to be like they're going to make a documentary on Drake and it's not going to be that. He's going to shoot himself in the foot. He's going to shoot himself in the foot. That's what I believe is going to happen. And it's going to be completely his fault. Let me see. Nanyo say, hold on, let me read this. He says, you respect his intelligence. That says a lot about you. Bye. Oh my God, these people, bro. This is a black. I already know this is a black user. This is a black user. I don't know if it's a black man or a black woman that said this comment, but this is an African American user. This is why I can't have discussions with with ninjas about this kind of things. When I say I respect his intelligence, did I say I like him? That means I know he's dangerous. Okay. All right. I don't know if anybody's an NFL football fan or something. When you say I respect my opponent, does that mean I like them? No, I just know what they can do to me. If I'm a cornerback and I'm going against Justin Jefferson, I'm not going to do press coverage against him. Do you know why I'm not going to do that? Is because I respect what he can do to me. Pause. So I'm not going to do press coverage. I'm going to ask for a double team. I'm going to ask to make sure I'm not on an island with him because I can't guard him. So when I say I respect Diddy's intelligence, I know not to go to a party with him. I already know if I see somebody that's involved with Diddy, I already know what type of time they're on. You ninjas are not that smart, bro. What is wrong with you people? My God. I don't understand why I gotta explain this shit to these people, man. This is crazy. People wonder why I be getting I be oh man, I'm sweating right now, but people wonder why I if I start screaming at people, like I'll be like sometimes I'll be at my pickup games and I'll go off sometimes like lately. And then people be like, damn, I didn't know you had that kind of voice on you. But it's just people say things, they do certain things that just drive me up the walls. This is a very unintelligent comment. Like whoever Nanyo is, these are the type of people where you can't even have an intelligent discussion or a discussion where we can make progress because you're worried about this one dude who can, and a lot of times it's a black dude or a black woman, but particularly it'll be like a black woman. It will be in a room and you can't even have certain jokes or discussion because you're just worried that they're going to just take this one comment and take it the wrong way. Wow, this like I said, I already know the race of this person that that made that comment. I already know. These are the same people. Like, remember when you'll talk about like R. Kelly, or whatever, and you're like you're co-signing on what R. Kelly did, and you're just like, bruh. Oh my God, man. South Holland said whatever. He said, yeah, Diddy is a G. Yes, Diddy is a genius at what he does. Yeah, dude, Diddy's a smart dude. This is why he's gotten away with the stuff that you don't get away with the stuff that he did for all these years if you weren't diabolically evil. Like, I don't know if the person that made that comment, I don't know if he understands, like, I'm gonna have to hold on. Let's highlight this comment one more time. I don't know if the person that made this comment, I hope you don't, this is not one of these people that thinks that like evildoers are these bad, dumb rock, you know, like those super villains in those old cartoons that they were just these dumb rock villains that they were dumb as a rock, right? You know, you you can trap the villain. You know what I mean? You put like a cape over you cover the trap with some leaves and you can catch the villain. Guys, like the villains of the super evil people of today, they still exist. They're just they just do things different, man. They do things where they can't get caught. They do things where they have blackmail. They do things where they have certain politicians in their back pocket and all this stuff. There's a different way that people do things nowadays. It's not like in the past where you could easily catch who the villain is. Man, shit. Thank you, Pyro. Like, yeah, whoever Nanya is clearly is not that smart. But this is what's scary about this society. Do you know how many Nanyas, whatever? Do you know how many Nanyas exist, particularly in the black community? Particularly in the black community. I'm sorry to call us out, but particularly in the black community, where you can't even have this kind of discussion. Where all I said was, man, I respect Diddy's intelligence and his way, like his brain, because this guy is clear. And when I'm saying that, I shouldn't have to preface my comment to tell you he's diabolically evil. meaning he is an evil genius, but like in a evil way. I shouldn't have to preface my comment, but you can like oh man. Yeah, it probably oh shout out to Pyro here. He said nobody says bye unless you're a woman or a rainbow ninja. Yeah, it's either it's either a black woman, a gay black man, or a very lost liberal black man. It's either one of the three. Because I've had straight black men be on my channels talking about, like, when I have my discussions, where I have my videos, when I did the video about why D1 black dudes, a lot of them end up going for white women, whatever, a lot of the times, especially nowadays, right? And when I just go into the finances behind, it was like a lot of straight black dudes talking about, man, white women aren't much better. And you're just like, bro, did I say that? Did I say white women are better than black women? Did I say that ever on my channel? Like, bruh, I've had, how many times we've had Angel on the show, right? I don't want to put Angel's age up there, but he's up there, right? And I've had the OGs on the show, and they've told you guys, all of these women, no matter the color, once you get to a certain age, you realize they're all the same. They're all the same. But like I said, you have certain races are very sensitive when you start calling them out. So I don't know what like, and like I said, like, people like that, I'd be scared, because these people be voting. And this is why I don't like. This is why I don't even think my vote. Like, people talk about voting matters. Yes and no. I say yes and no, meaning I'm like, dude, are they really putting the hands of the vote into people like Nunya? Because I will say this. I remember when I was at my job. I don't know if Ainsley was there. This was This was my first job when Ainsley was there, and I remember I showed that quote about Orange Man, and I showed the quote where I said the only reason why Orange Man is hated by the masses is because he says he exposes how women act around men with money and power. Do you know World War III almost broke out when I showed the people my quote, especially this one broad at the job who was Hispanic? So she might have felt a certain way about Orange Man, but I was like, just off of saying that, I almost caused World War III at my job. So I don't know. I just believe most people are not that smart. Like, we like I said, in our space, we overestimate our influence, in terms of, we're still a small space, or even the small space of quote unquote conspiracy theorists, even though they're not necessarily conspiracy theorists, they're just truth tellers. They're still considered the whack jobs. They're still considered a small minority. Like, most people think that, I believe, like, most people think that politicians matter. Like, I believe, like, most normies still think that, like, politicians matter. Like, that's why I don't even really, I don't have faith in the people. Let me see. But yeah, shout out to Pyro there. Yeah, like whoever Nanya is, she or he is not that smart. But yeah, Pyro, you're right with that response talking about bye. I'm like, yeah, that's got to be a woman, or that's got to be a black woman, or a gay black man. Because both of those demographics, they be talking nonsense on social media. Let me see. Truth Hunter says, "Yo, Drake cocky. Guy acted like he won the Raptors a ring against Golden State Warriors in the last second game winning dunk." Yeah, like Drake, he has that kind of person. He's gonna shoot himself in the foot. That's my opinion about Drake. He's gonna shoot himself in the foot. So he's gonna be down the road later on but it's not going to be the industry's going to go after. He's going to shoot himself in the foot so bad we're just going to be like, bruh, we got to take you in. We got to take you in. South Holland said the Scooby-Doo villains. That's what people like Nanya. They think that's what these villains are. They're Scooby-Doo villains. They have, bruh. Oh man, it's wild, but I cannot believe. So because I said Diddy's a genius, they think I'm pro Diddy. I don't like Diddy at all. Like, I actually love that he's getting put down, but I'm just saying he's a diabolical genius. He knows, like, everything that he's do, it's calculated. This is why he hasn't been. Why do you think Diddy's supposed to been deleted? Diddy should have been gotten deleted by the streets, by the industry, by a lot of people. Really, I'm talking about. He has a lot of blood and blood on his hands. But the reason why he's alive is because he's thinking that he's an evil genius. He knows what he's doing. Like, that's why, like, I remember in the past, people wouldn't even try to say his name. People would be afraid to even say his name on these podcasts back in the days. On these radio shows, they wouldn't even say his, because they know what Diddy would be doing. You think Kid Cudi was lying about that story about his car blowing up? And now it makes sense. Now we understand, because people, we were calling Kid Cudi gay for how many years? Because we would see him in dresses, we would see him in all these skirts and all this stuff. But the whole time Diddy was probably telling him, you have to do this or I'm going to do this to you. Now everything makes sense. Everything makes sense. Kid Cudi was under threat of death the whole time. The whole time. Yeah, shout out to Byron said white women play the long game, but that's not all. But the reason why white women are very successful up front with men in general is because they know how to play the long game. So they know how to play the role just long enough so they can get the security. And then once they get the security, they come out the bag. That doesn't make them better than black women. It's just that's what they do. And I remember explaining that in that video I did, and they, it's funny. Like, we're like people in this space in the manosphere, we're actually giving women free game. We're actually giving them free game. Unintentionally giving them free game, but they just take it as an attack. They're just so, particularly BWs, they're just so full of themselves. They just take anything that you say against them as an attack. Nobody can ever be real with them. Nobody can ever be real with them because they're going to take it as a personal attack. Carlos X said a lot of Latinas think Orange Man is racist towards Latinos because of an out of context sound clip. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. The Telemundo clip. But he was just talking about the reporter because he literally works for that thing. I remember that even though you probably could be talking about another clip, but I remember that clip and other sound bites, particularly when Orange Man was talking about that the Latino community. But to be fair to the Latino community, most Latinos I've met are Republican, just in general. And Carlos X, you know that as well. So that's not even me saying anything new or discovery. But there are a lot of Latinos that took that, though, Orange Man out of context. That is true. That is very true. But I remember dropping that quote at my job. But I try to, there's just one Latina chick. I try to explain to her, like, look, Orange Man isn't as bad as you think, quote unquote. Because I was trying to explain to her, like, yo, we can't have him. When he got his social media accounts taken away over nothing, I was scared. I was like, nah, this is not good because this is going to affect every content creator. But she was just like, nah, F Trump. I mean, sorry, F Orange Man. I didn't mean that. F Orange Man, right? And she ended up getting her account taken away over nothing. So, you know, these are the things that people don't ever see coming. He said, your favorite masked Texan says, my theory is there are a lot of rappers who are rainbow. I say most of them are, but that's my opinion. I could be wrong. That's just my opinion. But you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You know, I believe the same thing. I believe it's more than half the rappers in this game are down low. I believe more than half. That's my opinion. I believe more than half. I believe more than half. I don't know the exact percentage, but I will say more than half. Yeah. Oh man. Oh man, excuse me, man. Low key, I need some water. I wanted to get a zoom in on your user your profile pic, your favorite masked Texan. I just wanted to get a close up on your profile pic. Pause. You know, I'm gonna do that. Yeah, once it gets to certain comments, I'm gonna make them bigger. Pause. So yeah, there's a lot of rainbow rappers. Pyro say, Chris, your streams always have me cracking up. Thank you, man. Man, I'm just trying. You were probably laughing at me going having a temper tantrum earlier on with that comment. I just like incompetence like that is crazy because I already know that person has a degree. I know that person has like an important job, but it's just like I don't know how people like that think like that get to where they are in life. I don't get it. I don't get it. Carlos X says, "Are you just going to admit you love Diddy and agree with everything he has ever done?" Yeah, that's why Carlos. That's basically that's what they're going to be saying in the comment section. Hey, just admit that you love Diddy. That's that's yeah. And just for the just in case the people don't, Carlos X, he's being sarcastic. Just in case people don't see it. But that's what they're going to be in the comments section. They're going to be telling me I love Diddy. Watch Carlos. Watch. I'm going to drop a Diddy video. You know what? I'm going to use this language on purpose now. Watch this. I'm going to be like, so Carlos, watch out for my next videos. I'm going to do a Diddy video and I'm going to purposely say Diddy, I'm gonna purposely say I respect his intelligence. I'm gonna purposely say that and see if if I get a response in the comments. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do because I couldn't believe that. I couldn't believe he or she said that up top. I was like, do I have to explain? When I say Diddy's a genius, or if I say Diddy, I respect Diddy's intelligence. You don't get where you get where he's at without some kind of knowledge, some kind of uh uh intelligence, some kind of, even when you look at even past the perversion, the business deals that he's made, the money that he's made outside of rap, the way he's been able to steal money from his rappers, right? Without whatever. He knows what he's doing. That's why, like, there's no way if I was an artist, there's no way if Diddy's involved, there's no way I'd be involved. Absolutely not. If Jay-Z's involved, if Diddy's involved, if Drake is involved, I don't understand why artists, I don't even understand why artists would fall out with guys like 50 Cent or these. I'm like, how do you fall out with a 50 Cent? Because I've never heard nobody say, yo, 50 Cent owe me money. I never heard nobody say that. Like, they'll fall out, but because 50 Cent is actually a lot nicer than people give him credit for. Because I'm like, compared to these monsters in the industry, 50's very fair. 50 Cent is very fair compared to these monsters. What? Because I done seen some like legendary rappers. They sign up with Gene Unit, even though they obviously eventually get let go, but they never have nothing bad to say about the experience. They say, "Oh, nah, 50 was fair." Compared to these people, a lot of these guys are monsters, and guys like Diddy, he's very smart. Like he knows how to cover his tracks. That's why there's no way I would sign up with anything Bad Boy, the stakes that he has in the iHeartRadio, the Breakfast Club. Like, man, there's no way. South Holland says all you needed to see was making the band to see how diabolical Diddy was. Walk all the miles to get him some cheese. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking. That show. That's really but I'll say, okay, South Holland. I'll say this because I was very in denial about Diddy's predatory behaviors all the way up until the year 2018. Believe it or not. It took me up until 2018 for me to come to grips that Diddy not only is what he is in terms of what he allegedly had done with Tupac and all these people, right? And Biggie and all these people, but it really, like, those other things, those were always arguable to me in the past, but I was always in denial about him being him being gay, and him being like, not only him being gay, but him being predatory, like very predatory towards men and women. It took me it took me up until all the way to 2018 for me to, when I saw that Nori interview, that's when it hit me. I'm like, this guy is this guy is evil. This guy is a predator, you know? But up until then, I just look at him as, oh, he's a music mogul. He probably has done dirt in the past. You know what I mean? Oh, and he's a smart businessman and all that. That's how I used to see before 20. But it took me until 2018, after ignoring all the signs, ignoring all the YouTube conspiracy videos showing Diddy hugged up with all these dudes, and I used to be in denial. I used to be like, no, he's a successful black man. he's trying to help his community. When I saw that Nori interview, I was like, oh my God. It really hit me because I never really watched Diddy interviews like that, or Diddy appearances on these podcasts during that time. But when I saw him on that Drink Champs with Nori and Fabulous and Jadakiss and everybody and I was looking at all these major rap artists in the room, and they all scared of this ninja. They scared. These are legends. Nori, right? You got a Fabulous, Jadakiss. These are like the goats of rap, and they're just like all scared of this ninja because he's drunk and he's on one. And he's like Diddy really just sounded like a whole predator, like a real predator in that interview. That was, oh man, that was the last straw for me. I saw that, I was like, no. I was like, this dude is, oh my God, man. Yeah, I would say, yeah, and people will be shocked when I say that, but I was in denial about Diddy for a long time, man. Pause. Young Doka said, yo, how you doing, Chris? Been better, but thank you for asking. Let me see. Your fave masked Texan said there's a photo of Drake and Diddy hanging out. Something probably did go down. Well, I remember, Drake and Diddy had a beef at one point over a beat because the 0 to 100 track that Drake had, the beat was supposed to go to Diddy or something, but Drake ended up having it, pause, and then something happened. But then they ended up making up. They were at a restaurant. They were at the restaurant all the way up until like 1 a.m., 12 a.m., talking about nothing. So, apparently they've made up the beef. They're cool, whatever. But yeah, of course, Drake and Diddy would eventually get along. They both come from that same ilk. Drake has he's stolen a lot of like Drake has stolen a lot of artists' thunder, particularly The Weeknd, particularly Party Next Door. He's been stealing too. Not probably at the level that like Diddy was doing, but Drake has done a lot of stealing too. At least Drake has the courtesy though to not like say, "Oh, I'm a music producer as well." Like Diddy will be like, he'll be like, I'm a producer, but it'll be like other producer making the beats, and then he'll like change the snare drum or like he'll change like the kick, and then he'll say, I produced the track. Like at least Drake has the courtesy to say, I'm just a rapper, I'm not a producer. I just stick to that. Like Diddy was like an ultimate like stealer. you know. you know. Carlos X says, I know a lot of smart people who I find despicable. Live long enough and you'll see. Nah, like, yeah, I don't like it's crazy that we had to even explain that. Like, I'm talking about the evilest people in the society right now. Why there's a reason why they're in the power position that they're in. It's because they're thinking like these people that make these plans for this country, this society, they've already made these plans like 30 years ago, 40, 50 years ago. You're dealing with evil people that run this society that already they're not even thinking 20 years, that's too small. They're thinking 50 to 60 years ahead of the average folk. That's why they're everything that goes to plan, they're already prepared for it because when you have people making these studies, right? Let me give you an example. You have people making these studies. Why do you think they were able to make that study when they're saying by the year 2030, over 50% of women, right? They said 50% of women will be single and childless. Why do you think they're able to make that study? Because they've already planned that. They've already invested money into having that happen for the society. They've already this is why that study came from a bank. The study came from a damn bank. So they've already put money into making sure this stuff happens. So you're dealing with people that are thinking 20 years ahead, 30 years ahead, 40 years ahead. So Carlos X said, Diddy has creeped me out since the 90s. How is this no talent hack hanging with real rappers and producers? Exactly. Diddy has always been a hack. I will say this, at least Drake, Drake is a great actor. Just like he's a great actor. You know what I mean? So Drake can put on like he can put on a hat. He has like Drake can put on many different hats where he can act like he's somebody else and still be successful. Like I still look at Drake as a very I don't look at Drake as a rapper. I still look at him as an actor because he came into the game as an actor. I still look at him as an actor. No, he's a successful black man. Yeah, that's how he used to be. He said Diddy, Carlos X said Diddy violated Bieber. Yeah, I believe I believe that as well. I believe that as well. Pyro said, I saw him the first time when I was a kid. He scared the hell out of me. I will say this though. I always found I always found Diddy's anytime Diddy would like say his piece on certain songs, like he will have his cameo on songs and he would talk, he would always sound like a creep. He always did come across as a creep. In the song, like the songs he would do the cameos, and I would be like, I don't like hearing. I used to be like, I don't really like hearing Diddy's voice, but it was just me trying to just, and then I'd be like, why would you say that? You trying to say he's not a good rapper? I'm like, I'm not trying to say that. It's just I don't like hearing his voice, but it's really it's it's just the creep. Like it's very like I know this is one particular song he did. He did a cameo with um this Canadian duo that signed under Drake's label. I forgot what these guys' name was. Majid Jordan, Mahid Jordan. I don't know. It's a Canadian duo. From it's a duo from Canada. They make music, right? And Diddy did a track with with him in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. But like that was, I heard that track. That was weird. It's and maybe I was biased because I already knew what Diddy was by that time. But yeah, like Drake. I'm sorry, Diddy. He comes across as a creep in most cases. Yeah, Drake. Yeah, Drake likes him young. Oh man. South Holland said he went to Howard. He's definitely a boule. Yeah, that's a whole other side of the game. His connection supersedes his talents. Yeah, it's yo. When at the end of the day, this game is about connections, dog. The entertainment industry, dude. Do you know? Recently, somebody just put me on to somebody that's like serious in the game, and it's not because of my talents. It's trust me, it's not because of my talents. I'm now in like right now, right? I'm talking about right now because I'm not the country band that I'm in. I'm not in that band anymore. I got replaced with because now they're using click tracks, right? But they still call me from time to time. But because of that connection in that country band I had, the guitar player just recently after they let me go, he actually put me on to a person from New York. I'm not going to say his name, but he's well known. He's well known. And I have his number. I'm not even going to say his name. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I'll say this. I went on tour with this jazz duo, so this jazz trio from Canada, right? And I made another connection via where I have his personal information, and it's but the problem is that other connection that I made, I am hesitant to follow through because he works with a very prominent gay person in the industry, and he's that as well. So I don't know if that's the route I want to go. So that's why I'm not pursuing that one. But this one specific connection that I just got put on with by a guitarist that I know, he helped me out big time. I'm not gonna say the name, but he helped me out big time. Where now I got this one dude's. I have his number. I have his number. This is one of the biggest people I know, and I have his number. It's like at the end of the day, your connections, especially I'll say nowadays, it's your connections really that kind of pushes you up ahead in the crowd. It's not even about, you know what I mean? I feel like I'm unqualified for a lot of these things, but but your connections, that's what it's about. It's not even about the talent. A lot of the times there's a lot more. Most of your talent, the most talented keyboard players right now, they're snatched up by churches, right? They like the churches basically hire them full time, and they become MDs, and they basically get to control their destiny from there, where they can still do their secular stuff, but then they basically run the church, music wise, But so those are you're gonna actually find your actual talented keyboard players. So obviously you don't see you don't see you don't see me snatched up by a church. So I can do what I can do a little bit here and there. I can do like little small things here and there, but like I said, it's if you put yourself out there enough, and it's not like me. I'm not looking to get connections like that. The guy, he just helped me out because I had just got let go by the band, technically, right? Because I still do gigs with them from time to time. It's just that I'm not a full time player for that country band anymore. But when he made that connection for me, he just did it. He just did it because he just wanted to bless a brother, right? And I'm like, wow, I didn't realize this is a serious music connection that I just made, like very serious. And I don't mind this music connection because I can do this one pause and I can be like, okay, he's not a weirdo, he's not a creep, he's just a well-known person in this industry, and he can help me get to where I need to be. Let me see. South Holland said, yeah, I never realized how people just liking you will open doors. People do business with people they like. Yeah, that's just how it is. That's just how it is. You know, when I do my gigs, I don't do nothing extra. I just do what I do, collect my money, and I go home. That's what I do. And plus my age also plays a factor in it because I am 26. So it's different if you're like a 46-year-old musician or you're a musician in your upper 40s. So they probably might not be OD looking for you like that if you're a older musician. But I am 26. I played with certain people, so you're just like, okay, let's get him here, right? Because there's a lot of things that I need to buy equipment wise that I'm just not ready for. But you know, how if somebody if somebody likes you, they'll help you out. That's how it is a lot of times. Let me see. How South Holland said, I've been extremely unqualified for some things, but got in the door because people like me. I will say that, like, I guess I'm experiencing that in this industry as well. It's just I like I said, I don't do nothing extra. I don't smoke. I don't I don't smoke with nobody. I don't drink. You know what I mean? I don't do drugs with certain people to help me get where I need to be. I just I'm just stay. I literally stay to myself. Just do whatever. It just keep it pushing. Your fave masked Texan, he said, I have connections to Lil Yachty. I will say this. There's somebody I just met. Because people be shocked, right? Because people think these artists write all their songs. Like I know I know a few people now, even though I don't know them on a first name basis, but somebody like I know now there's certain people that I actually can contact if I tried, where they're actually writing a lot of your favorite artists' songs and whatnot, but they're getting paid pennies on a dollar. They're only getting paid like they're only getting paid like 40K a year. 30 to 40K a year, 30 to 40 or 50K a year. Like they're getting paid pennies on a dollar. Meanwhile, they're writing some of your favorite artist songs and whatnot. Like I know somebody currently right now that at the time before she kind of blew up, I was thinking about getting voice lessons to complement my keyboard playing, but I was like, I don't feel like doing it. But now I have no chance to getting at her now because she's booked up. She's all the way booked up. She can't even give no voice lessons. Like she's signed by Sony now. she's writing songs for these people. Now now she's trying to drop her own project, right? So now it's too late for me. But there's a lot of people I know like that. You'd be surprised the people who people are connected, who they're connected to. That's why I don't even doubt nobody anymore in the game. I'll actually take people's word for it. They say, "Oh, I have connections to this." I don't even say, "Oh, yeah, I don't know," but you be surprised. People be connected to people. Be plug. You'll meet people. They'll just be plugged up. You'll just be like, "How?" They're just plugged up. But anyway, let's see if I missed any other Diddy articles. And like I said in the beginning, if you missed it, the reason why I'm not going to go into Diddy like that in the future. So I'm not going to be dropping Diddy video after Diddy video after. I'm not going to do that because I've already told you what was going to happen to Diddy 2 years ago. I already, and I'm going to follow Corey Holcomb's lead because people were expecting Corey Holcomb to go in, but I was happy he didn't because he doesn't need to, because he's already said these things about guys like a Diddy, these people, Jay-Z, these people, these guys are predators, the real predators of the industry. If you said indictment states authorities seized narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricants from Diddy's residences in March. Okay, that was just for the they did that for the normies. They weren't looking for that. That's for the normies. They were actually looking for like the dirt. Like they were looking for the dirt that he had on the people of power. They weren't. That's just for the normies to get distracted. Baby oil and lubricant. Yikes. Lord have mercy, man. That's crazy. Oh man, this dude. Oh Lord. Oh man, they gotta stop it, man.
Provide details about the alleged arson.
So now you see, now people are gonna be in the comment section talking about lubricant and baby oil. This case is not about no damn. Hey man, we gotta keep focused. We gotta keep focused. We gotta keep focused on why he's being brought in. Oh yeah, shout out to 50 Cent, man. Shout out to 50 Cent, man. He said, "I am keeping good company with Drew Barrymore. I don't have 1,000 bottles of lube at the house." First of all, 50 Cent, he's another smart person. Like he look what 50 Cent did here. He advertised his collaboration with Drew Barrymore and at the same time was able to throw a shot at Diddy at the same. He was able to advertise his public appearance and throw a shot at Diddy at the same time. Oh man. 50 Cent is hilarious, man. That's one of my favorite people in the industry. Because I remember there was a time when people were thinking 50 Cent was the most evil person in the industry at one point. This guy is a bully and all this stuff. I'm like, nah, he's one of the good guys. People didn't believe me at the time. people did not believe me at the time, man. When I was a kid, I used to be like, nah. I'm like, I have a good feeling about 50 Cent, man. He seems nice. He could be doing a lot worse. Pyro says, I don't do drugs or make trouble, so probably that's why people like my company. I thought they would call me boring. Nah, like people, they'll give you your credit. Trust me. Like if you're a person that's not like if you're a person that is not like a drugs or a drink type person, they'll give you your credit. They won't. They're not going to call you like because we like to on this channel we'll talk about how if you're a man if a woman calls you a square and whatnot and blah blah blah, but in real life in real life, like like people know my program. Once I come through, they already know what I'm about. They know I don't do none of that stuff. So they don't even, if you're consistent, if you're consistent, like if you're consistent, like I remember even one time, like just this weekend when I did a gig with the country band, they helped me out. They were like, okay, we're all gonna take shots before the next set. So what they did is they gave everybody green tea, but they put a shot of whatever strong whiskey or whatever in the thing, but it was heavily dosed with green tea, because they did that so I could so they did that so I could join in on the shot, and it was still too strong it was still too strong for me, man. And I remember like the next day when I had the gig with them the next day, because we had a double header, and I was like, yo, that I know you did that green tea thing for me, bro, but that I said that shot was still strong. And then I heard like a girl from like across the board. She was like, she said that was you. She said you thought that green tea was a strong shot. I was like, yeah. She was like, my God. She was shocked, but like, yeah, they're not gonna call you a square. They're just they'll eventually they'll follow your program if you're a consistent type of dude. Like they because you know how it'll be like certain dudes. No, this is what happens. You'll have like certain dudes, they won't like talk to nobody, right? Like, and you'll think the guy is really an introvert, but then like a girl with a big booty comes along, and then he all of a sudden he starts making jokes, and he's the life of the party. Out of nah. If you're really a consistent type dude, they won't give you a hard time. They'll stop giving you a hard time about you not taking a shot with the team. Like, because like they probably they probably saw, because what happened is I'll still be at the bar, and like you'll wait, and they always, because I'm a very consistent type dude when I'm in these environments. So I'll go to the bar. I still order the same thing. If I have time, I just give me a Coke. I'll be the only dude at the bar just ordering a Coke and some fries if they got it. Like I'd be doing that. So I don't want to. The reason why I don't drink like that is just, first of all, I'm a lightweight, and then second of all, I just don't like the taste. It's terrible, just for me. And maybe and look, if it makes me less of a man, fine. I'll take that L, but the taste just kills me. Anytime I gotta taste beer or alcohol, it's like I'd rather take medicine. Like it's just awful. It's awful. Just my taste buds are just really weird. If my taste buds, if it doesn't pass the taste bud test, I don't want it. It's just, that's just what it is. And like I said, it doesn't make me any better, because because at the end of the day, I'd be addicted to soda. You know what I mean? And that's, at times, can be worse than alcohol a lot of the times. So I gotta cut the soda habit. You know what I mean? But it's just the taste buds. It just kills me. I hate it. It's just the taste buds. And I'll be like, oh man, I'd be feeling. I'll take like one shot that the band will give me, right? I'll take one shot, and it just, oh my God. Man, it's just the worst thing ever. I only do it because the band is taking the shot, and I just feel like an asshole, and I'll be like, fine, I'll take the shot. And oh my God, it's just awful. Absolutely awful, man. Salval is there. Oh, hold on. I skipped over. He said, your fave mask Texan said, look, we know Diddy trying to keep his freak on, but I assume they've been looking for Diddy for a long time till they finally got a tip of his location by someone. Well, Diddy's been an asset You know what I mean? So what you have, you know, especially when you're talking about, black rappers or black male entertainers, they will pick a few of them and have them they'll have them run certain things, right? They'll have them run certain things and they will be in charge of certain things until they become a liability. So they'll let Diddy run amok, a Jay-Z run amok, right? These people. They'll let them do whatever they want as long as they follow the agenda. As long as they follow certain things, as long as they do certain things for the powers that may be, the people that they're connected to. But if they overstep their bounds, if they miss their inner circle subscription fees, right? Or they become too much of a liability, if the asset becomes too much of a liability, then it's time to cut ties. So, Diddy right now, he used to be an asset to the powers that may be. So they knew about him and his freakish tendencies, but they gave him the protection to make sure he didn't get in trouble. But now that he's a liability, now they're releasing his dirt. It's almost like, when you're an NFL football player. Look what happened to Antonio Brown. He's always been a troublemaker. Always. It's just that the Steelers was always covering for him being how do I say this nicely? A hoe ass ninja. AB has always done weirdo stuff, hoe ass ninja stuff, right? But when he became too much of a liability and not an asset for the Steelers, then the Steelers and his PR team and his team and the people, the PR team for the Steelers, they just let his dirt go to the media. So they're able to trade him or they're able to let him go without much penalty. So that's just what so now everybody knows that AB is a weirdo, But as long as the weirdo is more of an asset to the team than a liability, then they'll cover for you. That's how it works. So we'll take me for example. Let's take me for example. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, right? Able to get gigs here and there, whatever. It's not because of I'm. It's not. It's the reason why I'm getting to the places where I'm getting to is because I am more. I'm not a liability at all. Meaning, I'm not liable to get drunk at the bar. I'm not liable for a woman to be like, ew, this guy, he just be going up to random girls at a. You're not gonna hear that about me. You don't have other female artists complaining about me when I'm working with them, right? These things make me where even if I'm not the biggest asset, but I'm not a liability. I'm like when it comes to liabilities assets, the percentage on the liability, I'm literally at a 0%. So I'm able to move where I need to be, even though I don't necessarily have the talent of most keyboard players, but because my liability factor is like at a 0%. It's literally at a 0% to where, so where people know there's other keyboard players that they can call, but because I am not a liability at all, they're like, okay, we let's just go for the safe option. And even though I'm the quote unquote safe option, it has helped me move up in the game faster than what I thought. You know what I mean? That's what happens. You guys, you got the liabilities, you got your assets. Let me see. The thing about the Drake and Diddy 0 to 100 beat is that I can never imagine Diddy doing the beat justice like Drake did. Yeah, it's just Diddy's just he still probably he probably thinks he's a talented feller, right? He thinks he's a talented fellow, but he's not. He's just a he just knows the game too well. He just knows the game too well. And he's protected. He used to be protected by the powers that may be. I don't want to say their names. Jaguar White Wright and these other people, they've already said too much. Carlos X said NyQuil's a medicine. Oh Lord. Yeah, it's just the beer taste is whiskey and all these. I don't know how people can do that, dog. I'm like, y'all guys must have stomachs of steel, because I can't do it. I can't do it, man. Because even if you try to heavily dose the Hennessy or whatever with Coke, it's just, oh man, I don't more man. I'm talking about, it was a bartender I knew in I actually talked about this bartender on this channel before, but in 2019, I came back to visit my old job. The bartender had hooked me up with some Hennessy because I had just turned, I think, 21 at the time when I came back. So I can just officially be like, hey, let me get some Hennessy, right? But I was like, let me try it. Let me try some Hennessy. And I was like, that Hennessy tasted like piss, bro. I don't know what piss tastes like, but I imagine piss tastes like Hennessy. You know what I mean? It's just, it tasted horrible, man. I was like, what is this? I did that in front of the bartender. That's way out of pocket, but that's just how bad the taste was. Just off glance. It almost reminded me when my when a old soccer teammate of mine, he saw this girl and he just said ill. He said the girl was so ugly. It was like the first thing I said was ill. So that was almost like the same reflex I had when I tasted Hennessy for the first time. Just, oh my God, awful. Man. Let me see. Well, that's Carlos X's. To me, that it was part of Diddy's problem, in my opinion, when Diddy was asking for a certain stake of his what was that thing? What was that liquor called? The liquor thing that he had. I forgot what it was called. I'm blanking on the name, and I talked about it on this channel before. But when he was asking for his stake on that, that's when his trouble started. That's another story. Let me see. So Young Doka said, beer ain't it. So disgusting. What kind of drink do you have to drink so much of it that you become numb to bad taste, so you end up liking it? Well, like I said, and also this is what, because people just drink beer. Yeah, that's what it was called, Ciroc. Yeah, that's what Diddy's thing was called. So he was asking for a stake of the Ciroc thing, and it seems like his troubles started after that incident. That's a whole other story. But anyways, but yeah, like Young Doka said, the thing is with beer, what happens is a lot of kids, they'll have parents that drink beer, right? So my parents, they don't drink at all as well. Like they don't drink. My siblings don't drink. I don't drink. But what happens is a lot of kids, their parents drink, so they'll sneak some wine, right? They'll probably sneak. So it starts off with probably some wine here and there, and then the tolerance builds up from there, and then they go straight into the heavy stuff. So once they start taking the heavy stuff, they've already had wine, they've already had the other stuff when they were 13, 12 years old, 14 years old, sneaking the stuff from their parents' cabinet. So by the time they start the hard stuff, sometimes they'll start on the hard stuff and they'll just be numb to it by the time they're 15, 16 years old. You know what I mean? So that's what it is. That's a lot of the problem. Young Doka said, I drink wine like once every couple months, special occasions only. I'll say this: Caucasian women, they love their wine. They think they're not alcoholics because, but they'll actually have like heavy wine. I don't know if there's such a thing, but they'll have it like heavy, and they'll lose themselves in that wine. Like Caucasian women, they'll get drunk off that stuff. Like, I believe men when they say, like, when men say I drink wine like once every couple months and it's special occasions, men are telling the truth when they say that. But when it's women, particularly Caucasian women, they're lying. They be getting drunk off that stuff. Oh man, Carlos X says the men in your generation are smart about boozing. My old millennial gen couldn't wait to booze it up once in a while. We were old enough. My favorite rappers drank St. Ides malt liquor. I'll say this though. This is what I'll say. I know Carlos X, you're trying to give us credit, and I appreciate you for that. But my generation, even though they don't quote unquote drink as much, but they substitute it with something else. They substituted with something else because the other stuff isn't no better. This other stuff ain't no better. Now they got this thing now. I'm seeing this. I don't know where this thing came from. Galaxy gas. I don't know where this came from. Now I'm seeing all these street ninjas have this thing. This thing looked like something that you get at Home Depot or something, but it's called Galaxy gas. I don't know where did this where did this come from? Where I'm seeing Gen Alpha kids, Gen Alpha and Gen Z dudes with this Galaxy. I don't know where did this come from? Like when I first saw this Galaxy gas thing, I'm like, are these people sniffing concrete or something? What is this? This something you look like you get in the aisle at Home Depot. And I was like, what? I'm like, I'm like, they call it Galaxy gas. What is this? So Gen Z, even though we don't drink as much, but the problem with my generation, they substitute it with lean and Percocets and other stuff. You know what I mean? Heavy stuff, like really heavy stuff. So yeah, they might not be drinking, but they're doing other stuff. They're taking like other heavy stuff. Truth Hunter said, I'm part Irish. I was born for the heavy stuff. Yo, my this drummer that I play in a band with, he's Irish. So I've seen, and mind you, he's like more on the liberal side. He's more on the liberal side, but he can take a whole mug of beer, and it's like it's nothing to him. He don't even get drunk. Like, yeah, I don't like the Scottish and the Irish when it comes to their drinking. There's no contest. There's no I know people will say that, yeah, the Mexicans, yeah, but the Scottish and Irish, they can take down the beer like it's nothing. Like I'm talking about, they'll chug it down like it's water, bro. They'll chug it down like it's water, like it's nothing. It don't even affect them. Like I worked with this Irish drummer. Like he'll take it before every set. He doesn't even get drunk off of it, man. Young Doka said, I drink like the Bible says. I never enter a state of drunkenness. People be drinking to drown their sorrows. I feel sorry for them. Yeah, because people go through a lot. So they go to the bars, they drink to get drunk. You know, that's one of the fears I have of alcohol, because I don't ever want to get into a position where I end up, because you're wondering, damn, how can somebody like this stuff? This stuff tastes terrible, but you know, some people, they want to just escape, and they use the alcohol to just get drunk and just to escape. Truth Hunter said, I only drink wine with Italian food. Pyro says the gas thing is crazy and it must be bad for your health. Yeah. I saw somebody on Instagram the other day take that Galaxy gas thing, and this dude damn near this dude, you literally can see he lost his mind for a second. He fell down and got back up, and he fell again. I'm like, nah, something. What is this? What is this Galaxy gas? That's got to be something there's something wrong with that. Yeah. He said the Russians too, they drink heavy. Truth Thunder say I was always the last one standing after drinking parties. Yeah, that like the Irish, the Scottish, you can't outdrink these. You cannot outdrink these people. People, they're not ready for that, man. I imagine like like one of these local pubs in like Scotland or something, like in Glasgow, one of these spots, one of these small pubs in Dundee, one of these spots. Oh man, after a soccer match, or during a soccer match, these probably man, they probably drink that stuff like it's orange juice. They don't, man. He said when I was a teenager though. Carlos X said alcohol is the worst though. It's ubiquitous, traditional. Most people expect you not to say no to it. It's almost like alcohol is made to gain money and ruin people. Equal goals. And was Carlos X. Let's dive into that. Pause. Let's dive into that. It's always interesting behind all these incidents. You talk about when we talk about grape culture, they say alcohol is involved 90% of the time in these incidents. 90% of the time. That means it's basically every single incident that you see when grape is involved, alcohol is involved. The drunk driving, right? It seems is alcohol is always something. A fight happens, alcohol. It's always that thing that's always behind all the nonsense. And then I know, and then here's how I notice something. I've never seen my parents get into any serious trouble, or a lot of the parents that I would go to church with in the back in my old school church that I used to go to when I was a kid, right? Because it's a all Haitians, right? Church. None of them drink. So you start, and I noticed none of them do. It's not even. I just noticed that it seems like alcohol is always involved with like it's always involved. Alcohol is always involved somehow. It's always involved. Just like, bro, it seems to always be the thing that's like the silent thing. It's almost like, with these school shootings, it's always the two things that's always involved. The guy was raised by a single mom, and number two, the guy was on some kind of some kind of mental head medication. It's always these two or one of the two, and nobody ever addresses those two. It's one of those things, man. It's always interesting, man. So alcohol is always the secret killer. It's always the secret killer but it's just so widely accepted because it's well marketed. You know, it's alcohol is well marketed, so people just think it's normal. But anytime people ask me, I just be like, I'll be like, man, I'm driving. I'm driving back home. That's always my excuse. That's my excuse. I'll be like, anytime somebody asks me, I'll just be like, I'm driving. I gotta drive back home. He said Japanese hit that sake hard, but they lightweight. Yeah, I'm a lightweight as well, though. Let's see. Celtic won 5-1 today in the UCL. They were lit. Oh yeah. You already know. They was lit today. Yeah. Who I forgot who they faced. Yeah, they must have faced a really small team. I didn't even check because Celtic, like they always kind of underperform in the use. Like when it comes to the worst soccer leagues in the world, I don't think people say I don't think the Scottish top flight is mentioned as much as it should be. I'm not saying it's worse than the MLS, but I think Scotland is up there as one of the worst leagues because I see how when outside of that league, the teams they just don't play that well, or not in the past, but like I'll say currently the players that come out of there, they're not that good. So if they're not playing for Celtic, like if they came to Celtic and then they're trying to move to a better team, they end up like just never playing well. You know, yes, there's been a few success stories, but not that many. Not that many. For some a team as storied as Celtic, you would think you would think they'd be more successful, but they're not. In the past, they were. Celtic were nice in the past, but like I'm talking about I'm talking about from the 1990s on, nothing. just nothing, you know. Young Doka said, I always thought of liquid courage from drinking as liquid cowardice, dudes needing a couple drinks just to get rejected, clown behavior. Yeah, I don't like that as well. Because I feel like you're setting yourself up for failure if you need a whole bunch of drinks just so you can approach one broad. That's that's setting yourself up for failure. Truth Hunter says, booze, if you need booze to go talk to someone, you need to work on yourself. I agree. I agree. I agree. He said Celtics played Slovan. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second, guys. Where is Slow? Oh, Slovan what's it? Bratislava. I forgot what country they're from. But I would have sworn I've probably seen them in the Champions League before. I just got to see their logo. Let me see their logo. I got to see their logo real quick. Yeah, I've seen it. Like that's the Slovakian Superliga. It's a Slovakian team. I don't know how they, you always see like these one-off teams from these, like I remember like you'll even have like teams from like Israel. Oh, sure, I can't say these names. Like yeah, sometimes they'll add these teams from these countries. I would have sworn I've heard of this club before. I don't know why it's not ringing any bells. Let's see, Slovan 5-1. But anyway, I'll look into that later. But anyways, let's see if anything more missing from the diddler, from the diddler. Anything more from the diddler? Oh, guys, did you see this? Did you guys see this? Where Ruby Rose had me laughing. She had me laughing because I already knew what happened. So watch this. So Ruby Rose, she's trying to clarify that her relationship with Drewski, like he didn't sleep with her, and this is what she said. She said, hold on. She said, and for the record, I never slept with that man. Ninjas pay. He said he paid for the PR, not the punani. It's hilarious. The reason why I find this funny is just like it's literally like in like so I'm talking about women have been mad at me for calling Ruby Rose just a very high paid industry escort. And they will be mad at me for saying that, but then she'll have a tweet like this. She said, "Oh, he didn't pay for the full package." He goes, "He is funny and nice though. I only give it up when I'm in love. I don't care how much money a ninja got. I'm rich as F." Now, The reason why I bring this up is this. There's only one reason why she said this. And this ninja off Twitter, he had to answer. this is the reason why she said this. The only reason why she put it out there that him and Drewski didn't smash. Now I think she's lying, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Like there's a good chance I could be wrong about that, but I think she's lying. But the reason why she's putting it out there like that, this is why, right here. She said so right here, somebody has said Drewski hasn't come out and said a word about him ever effing her, by the way. That's the funniest part about all of this. But this is the answer. The reason why she came out and said this. This guy, he said some ninja she actually likes was like, ain't you effing with Drewski? And she lost it. Bingo. Bingo. Guys like this I don't know what this Twitter's guy, this guy's Twitter name is. By the way, he was the first person that said this. There's been a lot of women on Twitter copying this tweet. Just to let you guys know, there's been a lot of people copying and pasting this tweet. This is the original tweet. There've been a lot of people that saw this tweet and they've been trying to copy and paste it, trying to say it in their version. But this is the original. This is the original tweet right here. I want to give this guy his credit. His name is Ace Heisenberg. Now he's not a small hat. That's just his last name. That's just his last name. But he said it right. There was probably some dude or some NBA ninja or a dude that Ruby Rose is actually messing with or she was interested in. And when she thought he was going to shoot his shot, the guy was like, wasn't you with my man's Drewski? He's probably like, weren't you with Drewski? And you know how women are. They will throw themselves under the bus. Like they'll throw themselves under the bus, even if it means even if it makes them look bad. They don't, if they want to embarrass you, they don't care if they throw themselves under the bus. That's well. If they want to make their point, they don't care if they throw everybody under the bus, including themselves. Because she just made herself look like, with the tweet that she made, she just basically admitted that I am a industry S worker and this is my price and I have a package. I have a menu and he didn't pay for this. Oh man. And like I said, shout out to this woman right here. He said, I think he deserves a refund since she's running her mouth. That's what I was about to say. This is, you know what? I could be wrong about this. She's probably right. She probably didn't sleep with that man. She probably didn't sleep with that man. You know what? I'm wrong about this. I think I'm wrong. I'm gonna admit this. I'm wrong about this. She didn't sleep with that man. Shout out to this sister right here, Jada Jada Martinique. Well, she's probably paid for play as well, but she's right. She's right. She look what she says. She says, I think he deserves a refund since she's running her mouth. So if he paid you for PR purposes, you're supposed to keep whatever your business was with him, just that. But because she was in her feelings, she revealed everything. So low key, not only she devalued herself to Drewski and the dude that she actually likes. She probably she devalued herself to future suitors because she's running her mouth, because he paid for your services, for your PR services. You're supposed to keep it G and not say what the business deal was, because he clearly paid for the illusion that they were together. That's what he paid. He paid for the illusion that they were together for a little bit, that they were dating a little bit. So she's not supposed to talk about what her specific menu is. That's supposed to be between her and Drewski. What their arrangement was. That's supposed to stay between her and Drewski. So this woman right here, she's right. Drewski deserves a refund, because she's saying too much. Yeah. Oh yeah, Celtic. They got a couple of Japanese players on their team. I know that. Yeah, they they scout in Asia now. Facts. Young Doga said, "Did you think the Diddy trial is going to take 3 years?" I don't know. I thought I'm surprised he's not deleted yet. I'm surprised he's not deleted yet. Let me see. Oh yeah, she sounded like Bill Clinton. I think I'm wrong. I think, or you know what? No, actually, you guys might be right as well. So right here, Young Doka says she don't want her industry stock to lower because of him. That's a possibility. That's a possibility. But either way, she's not supposed to be talking about what he specifically paid for, what arrangement he paid for. She's violating. She's definitely violating. She said NDA escort trying to show her lying skills for more business. Carlos X said, "How many flowers?" Oh shoot, that's crazy. Carlos X, you wild, man. Oh man, I'm not even gonna go into that. I'm not even anybody that's of a certain age, we should already know what Carlos X is talking about. But anyways. Oh man.
Swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing where everything was?
Oh man. Anyways. But yep, this is the answer right here. He said some ninja she actually likes was "Ain't You Messing with Drewski," and she lost it. Do you know, man? Do you know how many times I've seen stuff like that happen? Oh man, the answer, man. The answer was right there. Oh man. Somebody said, "I've been on both sides of this equation, and this is the only logical explanation. The game is the game." Facts. I believe that's what happened. It's like, but specifically where it was a guy. I'm telling you, there was a guy that she liked, because believe it or not, yes, hoes will have certain dudes that they'll like, and even though the hoe will be doing what she's doing, she wants the dude that she likes to stop what he's doing and to become and be official with her. Like the delusion knows, like these new 304s coming up. I already told you about, these 304s coming up. They grew up listening to Drake and Tory Lanez and The Weeknd and all these people, Usher, and these guys, where they're making songs about how they're in love with strippers. Literally, didn't T-Pain "I'm in love with a stripper," and all this, like where you have these rappers and R&B singers. They grew up, these new 304s, these monetized 304s, right? Like a Ruby Rose. They grew up with rappers and R&B singers rapping and singing about falling in love with strippers and escorts. So that's what they aspire to be. So they grow up and they still think, even though they're living an alternative lifestyle, they still think they deserve to be in a normal situation, even though they literally belong to the streets. They not only do they think they can get it, they feel entitled to a relationship with the best high value or quote unquote high functioning guy that they can find. They believe they deserve it. Even like their profession, they don't even look at it as a hindrance. They're just like, what's wrong with it? Because they grew up on Drake. All of them grew up on Drake. All of them. All of them grew up on Drake. And oh yeah, August Alsina, Jacquees. I want you guys to look up these people's lyrics, because maybe I'm a weirdo. When I was a kid, I would actually I would listen to these people's lyrics, and I used to be like, that's quite interesting. That's like, look up the lyrics of these people, man, and the songs that they would make. You know what? Hold on. Let me show you something. Because not only were these people like August Alsina, Drake, not only were they dropping tracks and singles and albums, they would drop mixtapes, and they would still be on that same simp time with their lyrics. Let me give y'all an example. So in her mind, so sorry, let me get back on point. Let me get back on point. So a Ruby Rose, she's still liable to catch feelings for a dude, even though she's a 304. Trust me. So even though she's a 304, that doesn't mean she's not liable to still catch feelings for a dude. So it's a dude that she got feelings for, or a dude that she's currently sleeping with that she thought that was gonna take her serious, and he probably brought it up, was like, well, weren't you with Drewski? And the guy was probably the Chad or the Tyrone or the NBA player or the whatever, the drug dealer, whatever, the CEO, whatever. The guy was probably like, weren't you with Drewski? Probably all innocently. The guy probably asked it, and she probably was upset. Man, I'm telling you, man. That's what happened. That's what happened. Oh man. Oh man. How much she charged for services. Oh man. Oh, but Pyro, what he was talking about was not oh no, no, never mind. Sorry, you get it. You get it. What was that? What comment did I see? Oh, that's what I was. Okay. The reason, because I'll say this because I'll say this I will say this a lot. I'll to give credit where credit is due. A lot of black people are ahead of many in terms of, we know that hoes be still, they'll like these new hoes nowadays. They believe that even though they're a stripper or they're a hoe or they're an escort, they still think, oh, I'm gonna fall in love and I'm gonna have a family. Back in the day, the strippers or the ladies of the night, they knew, okay, this is my alternative lifestyle. This is my life. It is what it is. If a man wants to pick me up after all of this, have at it. That's how they were back then. They weren't expecting it. They were just like, if it happens, it happens. They were very professional about it. And if a man found them after that phase, they just wouldn't talk about it. Either they would be super honest about it, or they would just not even mention it, you know. But now the 304s now, and they could have been sleeping with everybody, but they'll still catch feelings. They still catch feelings, and you'll be surprised the dudes that they catch feelings for too. It'll be not. It's not the people that you think. It's not some famous dude or a quote unquote high value. It'll be like this a dude working at Walmart. But he's putting down the D game, or he does things for her that she just likes, and she just wants him to she just likes him for whatever reason. And the guy was probably like, and the problem is when the guy that they catch feelings for is hesitant on taking her seriously, or not even just taking her seriously, or just taking her outside, she's gonna get mad. Like seriously mad. And you'll be like, why is she mad? Don't she belong to the streets? But like I said, when it's the women today, they're different. Like the 304s today, they're different. Let me give you an example. That's what I was gonna say. Let me give you an example, because I kind of went off topic on that. August Alsina songs. Hold on. Let me search up something real quick. Because I remember these ninjas mixtapes and all that stuff. I remember all these ninjas mixtapes, their albums. People be like, how you remember August Alsina's mixtape from 2013? I don't trust me, man. It was a lot of, first of all, there's a lot of songs that, or there'll be artists that boys, girls, when I was at that age at the time, they would put me on certain artists, and I'd be like, oh, this is nice. Let me. I'm gonna do some. Let me see something. Let me see something real quick. I'm searching up a song. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's what the song is called. I'm gonna search up some lyrics for you guys. Because I remember listening to this stuff when I was a kid. I was like, what? It kind of, and it didn't, like, what I would do is, since I was a kid, I'd be like, okay, he can sing, but I can't really listen to this guy's music anymore because this is weird music. Like, this kind of music is weird. But back in the day, what I used to do, particularly when you talk about, during that time, because what I would do, I would try to impress my cousin and his friends. So they would have like studio sessions, whatever, because my cousin did music at the time, and I would try to play songs that they know. So whatever piano covers, so whatever song had a certain piano part, I would learn it by ear and then try to play it during the studio sessions, just so they would be impressed. That was just me trying to fit in, but that's why I know a lot of these songs. Like, that's why I know a lot of these artists a lot, because people, oh, why don't you try to play this, or why don't you listen to this guy, or why don't you know. So that's why. Let me look up these lyrics for you guys. Confessions, and this is off a mixtape. This is off a mixtape off of 2013. Part 1 lyrics. I don't even know they got the. Do they got the lyrics? Here we go. Here we go. Let me read you some lyrics from a song from a mixtape. This is from a mixtape, guys. From a mixtape. A song from a mixtape. Let me show you the lyrics. This encompasses, like, this encompasses the theme of what these songs, the songs that women like, the that the strippers of today, the 304s of today, the independent quote unquote women of today were listening to when they were my age, right? Because Ruby Rose is my age. She was born in what, 97? She my age. She's 1 year older than me. These are the songs that they were listening to. I want you to read these lyrics. Late nights, trying to get her body right. I said, go ahead, girl. You know your body tight. She was coming down. I was looking up, caught her attention. That's when we got stuck. 7-minute conversation, short talks about our life in lust. Introduced myself as August, said her loved ones called her darling. Exchanged numbers. Now she dialing and she's calling saying, can I come over? Can I come over? Can I come over? Going up and down on the pole for the money she do anything for, and all them insecurities gone. Girl, I ain't gonna judge you. Plans are reaching her bells on the grind and know what she working for. She be throwing it up and dropping it low. Confessions, confessions. Do you know what this is about, guys? This is about him meeting a stripper. This is a song about him catching feelings and respecting a stripper's grind. Do you know how many songs that was coming out during that 2013, 2012, 2011 specifically? But I'll say yes, specifically between 20, how do I say this? Between 2010. You know what? Yeah, I'll say 2011 through 2014, a lot of R&B songs, a lot of your favorite artists, Drake, right? August Alsina, Jacquees, and all these people, they were trying to follow that Drake mold, right? Singing songs about falling in love with escorts and strippers. And you know, I gotta let them do what they have to do. Even though they're a lady of the night, she still comes home to me. Bruh. When I first heard this song, I was like, what? Because my cousin put me on to August Alsina. And when I heard, and this was the first, I heard of August Alsina before. I heard like tracks here and there, but that was the first project I ever listened to from August Alsina, the product, right? I think the second installment. When I heard this track, I was like, yeah, this is, yeah. I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. Yo. But yeah, Pyro is right. In the early 2000s as well. Early 2000s as well. It really started in the early 2000s. It really did start in the early 2000s. But like I said, this is why you see like now, like why these new 304s, they be telling or they just be going crazy. You know what I mean? Like it's like damn, it's like the way that these new 304s act, you'd be like, damn, we need pimps. We need pimps back. The way they act, right? But this is the type of music that they was trust me. I was in high school during that time. I done seen these hoes playlists. Drake, The Weeknd, who else? Frank Ocean. I forgot about him. Frank Ocean. Who else am I missing? Who else am I missing? I'm telling you, if you ask the average broad that went to high school between 2010 and 2016. Ask the average broad that went to high school 2010 through 2016. Or how about this here? whoever, or middle school, 2008, whoever, middle school, 2008 through 2013. Ask them. Junior high, 2008 through 2013. High school, 2009 through 2017, 2018. Ask who they had in their playlist the most. Ask them who they had in their playlist. I'm telling you, it was Drake, The Weeknd, Frank Ocean, it was Ari Lennox, right? These Kalani, these people, but particularly the male artists. That's who they would listen to the most. Drake, The Weeknd, Party Next Door. I'm missing a whole lot of people. I'm missing a whole lot of people. Jacquees August, Tory Lanez. Tory Lanez was a very popular one in when you're talking about 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016. Ask them in the 2010s decade, from 2008 and into the 2010s decade, that whole 2010s decade. Ask the broads that was in high school during the 2010s decade, high school and middle school in the 2010s decade, or in 2008, 2009, 2010. Ask them who you had in your playlist. it was Drake, The Weeknd, Frank Ocean, and everybody else. And Tory Lanez was the big one. The women love Tory Lanez. Don't let these 304s fool you on Instagram. They had all of Tory Lanez mixtapes when he was basically copying Drake's flow and all that. What? I got too many receipts on these artists. South Holland said, the guy was like, weren't you with Drewski? And she was like, who? Facts. Or it could have been two recent dudes that she's been messing with that she wanted it to work out with, but it didn't work out because those last two dudes was like, well, weren't you with Drewski? And she just wanted to put it out there. Nothing happened. Oh, man. Carlos X said, you throw enough money at strippers, they start falling in love with you. Imagine if you drop 5 to 10K every time you show up, like a rapper or an NBA guy. Chris from Pyro says, remember the video I sent you where the girl is 22 but got 6 kids? Well, I'll cover that another time. I'm gonna cover that another time. Oh, Trey Songz. They like Trey Songz. That's another person. They like Trey Songz. Oh yeah, Trey. That's another. Yeah, Usher. I don't know why I was blanking on. Usher. Yeah, Frank Ocean. Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, they love Frank Ocean, and he's a fruitcake. He's a fruitcake. Like he's an open fruitcake, and they love them some Frank Ocean. Oh, what? Man, this one person I played. Oh yeah, I was about to. And I'll say this, and I actually like this individual. Tank, guys like Tyrese, they're a little bit responsible with this stuff as well. But particularly Tank with that "Maybe I Deserve" song. That's a sucker anthem right there. But I like Tank. I like Tank. I think he's a talented individual. So maybe I give him too much of a pass. But those guys. they started off with that nonsense as well. What album? Well, hold on. Truth Hunter said they did that to make the trashy women feel empowered. If people said Gov was involved, I'd not be surprised. Yeah, I believe the industry and the powers that be was really pushing that kind of music. I believe that. There's something to that. That's why, especially, Drake was really heavily pushed, or whoever was using Drake's producer at the time, 40. They was pushing him. They was pushing The Weeknd, And I'll say this: The Weeknd is a very he's a talented individual. I am happy for his success because, believe it or not, I remember listening to The Weeknd's mixtape. I'm talking about before he got famous. Like, I remember listening to his stuff before he got famous. Like, before he even hit the ground running. You know what I mean? What did I say? Okay, that's what Pyro said. What album, Chris? Channel Orange or Blunt? Both. 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 The women they love both of those albums. They love both of those albums. Both. They love both of those albums. I can't, maybe I don't know, maybe they probably liked Channel Orange more, but they had both. But the women that I saw, they like both of those albums. They got both of those albums on their playlist. I trust me, I know these people's playlists. I know these people's playlists, man. Tory Lanez, let me see. Young Doka said Tory Lanez for the colored girls, The Weeknd for the white girls. His trilogy and Kissland albums made the white girls lose their. Yes, that is true. That is true. That is very, very true. And by the way, The Weeknd's the trilogy album was basically the 3 mixtapes that he dropped. He just put it in CD format and just made it an album. It was this. He basically added most of the tracks on the trilogy were from his 3 mixtapes that he already dropped during that time. Don't ask me how I know. I know. I was around at that time. I was around at that time. I was around at that time. And like there were certain individuals that I knew that were obsessed with The Weeknd's music style. And I don't want to put them out there because they're probably listening to me right now. And I knew them during that time. And they were really they were obsessed with The Weeknd's like the atmospheric music that he was doing during that time. the guitars that he was like this individual that I'm talking about. He's common. He's I know this individual. It's not Ainsley. It's not Ainsley. It's somebody that I'm related to. It's somebody that I'm related to. I'm gonna put it out. It's somebody that I'm related to. He was obsessed with The Weeknd's tracks. Like he even picked up the guitar and tried to do the riffs and all that riffs and all that stuff. Pyro said, "Why you calling me?" Nah, he's trolling. But that's so during that time, I knew all about The Weeknd. Who else? Frank Ocean. Frank Ocean, The Weeknd. I'm blanking on another person's name. Oh, that's the one girl I'm missing. Janae Aiko. She's one of the biggest pieces of this cog. She's one of the biggest pieces of this cog of this feely good atmospheric hippie type hipster type music. That's what I was missing. I'm like, who the hell? I'm missing somebody. I'm like, Janae Aiko. That's what I'm missing. I'm missing somebody in this. I'm missing somebody. So Janae Aiko. Janae Aiko is the reason why you see a lot of these broads out here with tattoos and smoking weed with random drug dealers. Like that's Janae Aiko's fault. Janae Aiko, she makes music for women that get their heart broken by drug dealers. She's one of the biggest pieces of this. Like, yeah, Janae Aiko is one of the biggest culprits of this nonsense. One of the biggest culprits of this nonsense. Yeah, shout out to Young. You see, yeah, Young Doka knows what I'm talking about. He said, yeah, many girls and guys got obsessed by that drugged out psychedelic / Michael Jackson vibes that he was doing. That's exactly what he was doing. Yep. Because yeah, people were comparing his voice to Michael Jackson, especially he did the Dirty Diana remix. I don't know if he labeled it a remix, but he did the Dirty Diana song. The Weeknd did the Dirty Diana song, and a lot of people were comparing his voice to Michael Jackson. During that time, like the Weeknd, he's a talent. He can sing, like he legit can sing. And the Drake stole a lot of his songs, just to let you guys know. But a lot of dudes and I'm talking about guys and girls were obsessed by that music he was making. a lot of people were obsessed with it. If you bro, hold on for a second. You just go on a random YouTube. Let me go on a random YouTube song. Let me pick out a song from the Weeknd around 2011 or 2012. Let me see. See something here. The Weeknd. Okay, what song can I let's pick out a random song from let's take Rolling Stone, right? Rolling Stone. Let's use it. Okay, 54 million views. Okay, this is a beautiful example. I can use this. Let me use this. Okay. Let's look at the comments. Yeah, just look at the comments. Yeah, the comments, like, okay, so this is where we get to the normies right here. Like they're where you see like the cringy, like, I love you forever Weeknd comments. You know? Oh yeah, and shout out to the Weeknd on that end. I don't want to read out all these comments, but if you can see him, it's just it's cringe. Just check the comments in this. It gets cringy. It gets cringy. That's what you know. It's like, because just during that time is just that's what it was. Oh yeah, the comments get very cringy. They get very cringy. Very, 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 very cringy. Let me see. Let's check newest comments. I'm pretty sure they're still commenting to this day. Yep. This ninja said another Negro spiritual perfection. Oh God. Oh man. But I'll say that the Weeknd, he is a talent though. He is a talent. I'll give him his credit. I'll give him his credit. Yeah. Shout out. So right here, Young Doka's dropping knowledge, because I've told you guys this stuff before. Where Drake basically, if you look at Drake's Take Care album, he stole a third. Like a lot of the songs, they were the Weeknd song. Drake just took the tracks from him. Particularly if you talk about Crew Love and another. I know specifically two tracks. He basically just took them from the weekend. It's the Crew Love song that is Crew Love and something else. I forgot. It's the one that Meek Mill did a freestyle to. I'm blanking on the name, but it was those two specific songs, and there was other tracks on there that he took from on the Take Care album that he took from the weekend. But I just know there was two specific tracks. He just basically took the track from the week. He took the track. So right here, Young Doka said the weekend made a third of Drake's Take Care album, and that third has most of his best songs. Not to mention, Take Care is like the one album people say is a classic from Drake. That is, if you believe he even has one. Like, I don't even consider Take Care a classic for me, but for the normies, yes. Trust me, especially when you're talking about the women. Ask any stripper in their 20s what they think about Drake Take Care. They'll what? You if you want to get a stripper crying, bring her to the house and be like, yo, I'm gonna play your favorite songs. It just pick all the songs from the Drake Take Care album. She's gonna be in your arms, bro. She's gonna be in your arms. Either do that or just take songs from the Frank Ocean Blonde album. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. And then take certain tracks from the Weekend Thursday mixtape. I don't know which part of the trilogy album that's part of, but there's a part of the Weekend trilogy album which is just the songs from the Thursday mixtape. Just do that. Just do that. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do. The music is a very underrated part of this game that us men will even complain about. That's a big part of this game that we don't even like. I've done one stream on it when I talk about the influence that Drake that has had on women, the influence Janae Aiko, right? These people. Yeah, The Ride. That's the song I'm talking about. The Ride. Drake, The Ride. That's what I was talking about. The Ride. He basically that was the Weekend song if you just took it from you said he did Shot for Me. I think you're right about that. Yeah, he did. He did do Shot for Me. And I think he did something else. And then he did Crew Love, which is probably the more famous out of all of them. But yes, but specifically Crew Love and The Ride. Those were the Weeknd's tracks. He just took it from him. And Drake's been doing the same thing with Party Next Door. What's the guy's name? Majid Jordan, the duo from Canada. Drake has just been doing the same. He's been doing the same thing. Now, luckily for the Weeknd, I'm so happy what the Weeknd did. When the time came, Drake thought he was just going to sign to his label, but he ended up signing to somewhere else away from Drake. That was the Weeknd's best move, in my opinion, that he's ever did. Because everybody was just assuming out of all the artists, they thought it was just a slam dunk that the Weeknd was just going to sign with OVO during that time. But he ended up signing somewhere else, like away from Drake. I think Universal, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm not mistaken. But that was one of the best decisions he's ever made. That's one of the best decisions he's ever made. He said, wow, I can't remember one Drake album. He said, I once had a bad handwriting. Says, if you're reading this, you're too late. Oh, that, like, I'll say this, me personally, I stopped listening to Drake albums after middle school. Like, I haven't listened to a Drake project, like, in terms of listening to it outright where I wanted to listen to it ever since I was in middle school. So, like, I remember when he dropped a project in 20 shit. Like in 20, I think it was 2013, but I just did not care at all during that time. I was like everybody was like, yo, did you listen to that new Drake album? I was like, I remember everybody was asking me, and I was just like, I don't really mess with Drake like that. And they were just shocked. They were just shocked at the time. I just don't view him like that. And it's not like it's not that I thought he was a fraud. It's just I kind of looked at him like how I look at Jay-Z. I just don't have that energy to, I just don't have him in as high regard as everybody else. Like I really look at Drake like I look at Jay-Z, you know? Yeah, so he did Shot for Me, The Ride, and I think 2 other ones amongst ghostwriting. Let me look up the Drake Take Care track list real quick. Okay. Drake Take Care. Because I already I remember doing a stream and I covered Drake Take Care, the album. And I was trying to show people, yo, look, these are the tracks that The Weeknd did. But I'd be forgetting. And I was trying to tell people like this album is probably one of the more it's a lot more influential than people give it credit for, because people don't even understand the impact that it had on hoes. On hoes. And I was trying to tell people that there are tracks on there that I know for a fact Drake did not write those tracks. Let me see. Yeah, Shot for Me, that was The Weeknd. Crew Love, The Weeknd. Now, okay, this is what I was trying to say, because I remember I brought up Take Care, and I was saying a lot of his best tracks on Take Care were not even his songs. Like not only did he not write, I'm talking about the songs did not belong to him. The songs did not belong to him. And I went over each track like, oh yeah, this song, this belonged to somebody else. This song belonged to somebody. Yo, I remember. Okay, so let me do this. Over My Dead Body. Yeah, the sample came from like that's more 40s thing. Shot for Me, that was The Weeknd. Headlines. I don't remember the backgrounds of Headlines, but that was one of the biggest hits, obviously, on the song, on the album. Crew Love belonged to The Weeknd. Take Care belonged to Jamie Foxx and Gil Scott Heron. Well, the song, the concept, the song was for Gil Scott, but he ended up passing away during that time. And Jamie Foxx kind of produced it, but it just ended up in Drake's lap for some reason. I don't know how that happened. Marvin's Room, I don't remember the backgrounds of it, but that was one of Drake's biggest hits. Buried Alive, that's Kendrick Lamar rapping over the whole thing. So people don't know Buried Alive interlude. That's just Kendrick. That's Kendrick Lamar on the whole track. Underground Kings. I believe, in my opinion, I think somebody wrote this. I believe somebody wrote that for him. I could be wrong about that, but that's just my opinion. We'll Be Fine. That was that's a deeper. We can get into that. That's more of I believe he had help with that one. Birdman made a cameo in that song. Make Me Proud. Yeah, Nicki Minaj was on that song. I don't think I have anything to say about that one. Lord knows that song. He did not write that song. he did not write that song. I can put money on that. I have some inside information. He did not write that song. Cameras, Good Ones Go. That was more of 40 producing using a John B sample on that one. Doing It Wrong. I don't even remember how that sounds like. The Real Her. That track belonged to somebody else, if I'm not mistaken. And Andre 3K was on that song, but if I'm not mistaken, I think that song belonged to somebody else, and he was able to capitalize off that. Look What You Done. That was basically Static Major. It's a Static Major sample playing on the whole thing. So it's not even really, that's not really his track. The song Look What You Done, like the sample in and of itself, it's Static, it's Smoke, it's Smoke it's Smokey Diggler playing the keys, and it was the piano that's playing in the background. That song was supposed to be for Static. He passed away in I forgot what year he passed. I forgot what year Static Major passed away, but it was somewhere in the late 2000s. It was like 2008 or 2007. It's either, I think it was 2009 or 2008. Static Major passed away after writing a song for Lil Wayne. It's crazy. People think it's Illuminati and all that stuff. But anyways, Look What You Done. That song was supposed to be for Static Major, really, and then but I guess 40. I don't know if it was Chasing Cash or 40 that made the song, but I think it was Chasing Cash that produced the song. But it's just Static Major playing the keys. No, Smoke playing the keys. But the song, it's actually released. Smokey is called Smokey Diggler. If you're scared, say you're scared, right? But it is what it is. I don't think he ever sued Drake or Chasing Cash for the song. It's basically his song, but that's a whole other story. All right, and then you got HYFR. That's basically Lil Wayne. That was Lil Wayne's track. That was Lil Wayne's track. Practice. That's basically a rendition from Juvenile's song from back in the day. The Ride. That was the Weeknd song. The Motto. That was another famous song, but I believe that belonged to somebody else. But anyways, enough of the history lesson. Oh shoot. I didn't even show the tracks. But yeah. That was me. Yeah, that's so already. Yeah. So Over My Dead Body. Yeah, let me go over it one more time. Over My Dead Body. Sketchy. Shot for Me. That belonged to somebody else. I think that was the Weeknd, like Young Doka said. Headlines. That was a big hit. Crew Love. That belonged to the Weeknd. Take Care. That belonged to Gil Scott-Heron, and Jamie Foxx produced it. Marvin Room, but like the song literally belonged to Gil Scott-Heron. Marvin's Room. I don't remember the background behind that. Buried Alive interlude. That was Kendrick. That's Kendrick Lamar rapping over it. Like Drake is not even on the track at all. Underground Kings. I don't think he wrote that song. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. That's Birdman is behind that song because Birdman made an appearance. So somebody from Cash Money probably wrote that song as well. Make Me Proud. Nicki Minaj is on the sound. Lord knows, I believe he did not write that song. I have inside information on that. Cameras, that's more 40. He sampled John B. Doing It Wrong, I don't remember how that sounds. The Real Her, that belonged to somebody else. Look What You've Done, that song belongs to Smokey technically, but that's a whole other story. HYFR, that's Lil Wayne's song. Practice, that's literally Juvenile's song, but he just did a rendition on it. The Ride, that song belonged to the Weeknd. The Motto was one of his biggest hits on the song. So yeah, that's the recap. Let me see. Oh man. Yeah, rest in peace to Gil Scott-Heron. That was a legend. That was a legend. Legend. Absolute legend. Gil Scott-Heron is a very underrated, like Like, yeah, his music was very deep. His music was very deep. That's somebody, yeah, somebody. If you get that's that old school music, old school legend. But he passed away in 2011, if I'm not mistaken. Like same year the album came out. But yeah, that's that. The Look What You've Done song. That's basically Smokey's. That's Smokey Diggler song. That's Smokey from the Playa band, the band called Playa, with Static, Smoke, and I forgot the other guy's name. I'm blanking on the other guy's name. It's a three piece. It's a trio. But Playa is another underrated name in the industry. They wrote songs for Aaliyah and all these people, all these Timbaland, Genuine. They work with all these people, bro. And they only had like one album that they dropped. That's crazy. Oh man. Two songs. Yeah, right there. Two songs. So Young Doka perfectly summed it up. Two songs because people passed. 3 to 5 songs from the weekend. Two songs carried by 40, the producer. One song is a rework of another. Another one's a Lil Wayne track. Another one's a Kendrick Lamar track. and the rest Drake did was ghostwritten. Like, especially when you're talking about the other ones where I don't know, those were his biggest hits, like the motto, headlines. Those are like his biggest hits. And you already know with songs like that, the main artist, they don't do the writing on those songs. the main artist, they don't like let me see those tracks again. Like the biggest hits on the song, on the album, headlines. Take care. That's the the lyrics are Gil Scott Heron's. It was his song. It's him repeating the lyrics Gil Scott Heron said for most of the song. Like the lyrics that Drake and Rihanna repeat for most of it, for most of the songs, except for a couple of the verses. Those are Gil Scott Heron's lyrics because it was his song. And then they just added a little bit to it. The production is not, the production doesn't even belong to 40. That belongs to Jamie Foxx. Anyways. Um okay, so yeah, exactly. Two of those hits. Headlines, Take Care, Marvin's Room, um The Motto. So those songs that I specifically named, those are the biggest hits on the album. Those songs, I'm pretty like those songs, they were written by somebody else. There's no debate about that. Those songs are definitely written by somebody else. And the reason why I know about the Lord Knows thing is just the problem is when these rappers, these mainstream rappers, the problem is they hire these battle rappers, right? These Smack URL rappers to write for them. And the problem is if you watch Smack URL or these battle rappers, which I did at the time, I the dude, I don't want to say his name, but he literally did a remix to Lord Knows, and it's he did the track, he did the remix to it before the album came out. And I was like, wait, what? So then I ended up hearing Lord Knows on the, I'm like the dude, wow. Anyways. I don't want to say his name because I think I'm gonna be sued. I don't want to, because these people be having NDAs and whatnot. The guy did the freestyle of Lord Knows before the album came out. Nobody even knew about the Lord Knows beat, the Just Blade. Nobody even knew. He does the freestyle of it, and I'm like, okay. Then I hear the beat again on Drake. I'm like, oh, bro. This ninja stole. Okay, man. Anyways, it's a good hire. Drake hired right for that song. He hired the right man. I don't want to say his name. He hired the right man. Oh man. Anyways, man. Anyways. Oh man. So he said estimation. What did Drake really do? But like I said, Drake is a great actor. And you know, he's the entertainer. Drake is he embodies he's the entertainer. He doesn't do the production, he doesn't do the writing, you know what I mean? He gets the script and he follows the script. He does it well. That's what he do. That's what he does, man. He said, "I'll give Drake headlines because it's so corny. He probably did it." Facts. You know what? You're right. He probably did have a hand in headlines. Even though there's a couple of lines in there, I'm pretty sure he repeated from other people. Like there's a lot of lines that I've seen people do like breakdowns of Drake, and it's like a lot of the lines that he does is just him repeating somebody else. Like you know, Drake is he's one of those artists, you know. But anyway, it's 11:56. It's 11:56. I can go on and on about that because Drake, because I did a Drake stream. I did a Drake live stream, man. And you know, if you actually do the breakdown of these songs of these artists, but like I said, I don't, you know, because when I'm talking with, you know, like I remember when I was in 2019, I believe I was in a club with a girl. I think, you know what? Was it 2019 or 2020? Anyway, because I was in one of these clubs. You know, have you ever been in one of these clubs? It used to be a church, but then they turned it into a club. Like those spots. I was in one of those spots, right? And it was a girl I was talking to during that time. I won her over. Not sexually, but meaning I ended up being able to work with her. You know why? Because I happened to mention because it was a song that went over the intercom or whatever the DJ whatever, and it was an old Drake song, or it was a old song or something, and I knew it. And she was like, "Wait, how do you know this song?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember. You know, back in my Dat Piff." And I just happened to tell. And I wasn't trying to win her over. I just oh yeah, you know, I used to be on those Dat Piff mixtapes. I remember this. I'm like, wait a minute. How do you know? I was like, oh yeah, and this, and then then the DJ played another like old track, whatever, and then we just happened to talk about that, and then the music came up, and we just happened to talk about Drake's old music, and she was just surprised that I knew it. A lot of these things, she was just like, oh my god, how do you this? But do you know? I'm like, oh yeah, I know this, and blah blah blah. Trust me, you can win any broad over if you know some of these tracks. I was talking about you want to get a broad close to crying on your arms, bro. Number one, if she lost the iPhone, find it for her. She'll think you're Jesus Christ. Number two, if she's at your house, she's at your place of residence. Put some old Drake on, like now I'm talking past 2011. Put like some 2009, 2008, like 2007 Drake on. She's gonna be like, how do you? She's gonna be crying, bro. She's gonna be crying. She or damn near close to it. She's gonna be so. She's like, you know me. She's gonna be like, you know me. I'll be like, yeah, yeah. Telling you, telling you. Ask any girl that went to high school in the 2010s. I keep telling you, ask any girl that went to high school, middle school in the 2010s, particularly particularly early 2010s, or from 2008 through 2010. Just ask them what was on their playlist, man. Ask them what was on their play. They're gonna be like, you know what? Let me show you guys something real quick. Let me show you guys something real quick, man. So I'm gonna show you an old cover that I did. Not a Drake cover, a J. Cole cover I did on my channel. It's one of the most viewed things on my channel. Right? So right here, I remember I recorded this song, the me doing a cover to a J. Cole song, right? This song dropped, J. Cole, She's Mine. This song dropped in 2016. Do you know how many emails I still get right? I'm talking about right now. I still get emails from people be like, "Can I please use this for my wedding?" Can I please? I'm talking about they done saw my channel. They saw what my channel is, but they still find this. And do you know how many dude, do you know how many emails I get? Like, they'll be like, "Do you have the MP3 download for my wedding?" I'm talking about I'm talking about personal. I get personal emails or personal they'll find my Instagram via my channel and he'd be like, "Can I use this for my wedding?" So this is a J. Cole song from 2016. I'm gonna do an experiment. I might leak you my music channel that I'm trying to get started up. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna do Drake songs, dog. That's what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna show you how many views I can get just off of doing Drake, just doing off of Drake uh music piano covers. Trust me. So I'm just to show you guys how much emotional investment that not only do girls have towards Drake's music, but even the dudes, right? And here's the thing with music. Music is very, even if you don't believe in the lyrics, if you listen to the lyrics that you don't quote unquote believe in long enough, you will live out these lyrics. So the same way how we talk about, oh, these ninjas in Chicago, they're listening to that drill music and whatever, and they're performing it. So let's use that logic. What's gonna happen to a whole generation of young girls that's listening to Drake, listening to the lyrics that I showed you from August Alsina? What do you think is gonna happen? What do you think is gonna happen? Hold on. Hold on for a sec. I didn't even show it. I didn't even show my thing. My bad. But this particular song, like the J. Cole piano cover song, like the emails that I get, I still get emails from women talking about, "Can I use this for my wedding?" Dudes asking, "Oh, do I got to pay?" I'm like, "No, I just made a cover." But there's a lot of emotional investment that people have made with these artists, with these songs, that I don't take for granted. Trust me. You don't take it for granted. South Holland said, "I had a girl over once and I played Dipset. Wrong move." Nah, you don't do that. Now, I'll say this though. If you're talking oh, shout out to Rocky here. But how do I say this? Like these but like now I'll say, particularly if you're dealing with BWs, they want to mess with, like they want to sleep with you, but they'll they want to sleep. They want to sleep to drill music. Like it's a new breed of girls out here now, where that soft music, they're not even trying to hear that soft music. But I'm talking about if you're dealing with a girl that is from ages 20, if you're dealing with a girl ages 20, how do I say this? Ages 20, ages 22 and up. If you listen to if you're dealing with a girl that's ages 23 and up, and maybe I'll say ages 23, ages 22 through 33, I suppose, from ages 23 to 33. Put on some Drake Take Care, one of them tracks in there, she's gonna melt. Or play even some older Drake music from like 2008. She's gonna melt. She's gonna melt. Or play them some Frank Ocean. She's going to melt. She is going to melt. Oh man. Young Doka said Chris is running game off of music taste. Well, every man has their lane. That's my I'm just gonna leave it at that. I've never really got into Chris, how did you get girls? You probably just well, it's you know. I look at it from a different lens only because I already know through the music you can there's certain things you can get what you want through the music. But yeah, anyways, that's it. That's it for today. That's it for today. But like I said before, that's it for today. What in the hell? My WhatsApp is blowing up right now. But anyway, I'm gonna show you guys. I'm because I just started my music channel. I might leak it, but what I'm gonna do, I might just do strictly Drake covers, and I'm just gonna show you the numbers I'm finna do on that. just off the numbers. Just off the numbers, or like old Frank Ocean piano covers. And even though it's so simple, because a lot of these songs I already know because I played them like 12 years ago, 10 years ago. So I might pull it. I might pull it just off the numbers, but I really don't want to do it that way. I want to do it like, but just to show you, like the BWs, yeah. Shout out to Young Doga. Young Doga said BWs like ratchet music or drill music. That lover boy R&B music makes him dry these days. Sexy red and she'll throw it back. Yeah, like BWs are different. Like they're a little bit different in terms of they want to they want to screw you with with like even what they got, the UK drill music now that the Americans are using. They that's what they want to they with Central C. What's that guy's name? Central C. These guys, man, that's what they want to go. That's what they get wet off now. Drill music. I'm talking about heavy drill music. Rocky said, "I like W.A. Chica." What do they screw? Who? White chick. Oh, white chicks. The week. Who did somebody in the chat say? They said The Weekend. Yeah, but when it comes to them, I would say because a lot of the white women now they screwing like they doing a lot of them are doing the same thing as well. You know what I mean? Like the advice that I'm talking about is what worked with the girls my age at the time, right? So with Ruby, Rose. These bras, those girls are my age, 26, 27. Right? If you're dealing with chicks 26, 27, 28, 25, Drake will work, right? If you're dealing with a new batch of BWs, it's drill music. Now with white chicks, South Holland said Chris Stapleton. Well, yeah, that's oh I'm trying to think. Because recently, because I'll say this. Recently, I had a country chick. And because I was lazy, I thought, oh, let me choose what's the guy's name? Brian, Luke Bryan. I chose him and the mixed country star. I forgot what his name is. I forgot what his name is, but they were on my YouTube playlist because they were already on the thing. They're like, "Oh my gosh, this and that, blah blah blah." I'm like, yeah." It's this mixed country star. I'm blanking on his name. He's mixed. I forgot what his name is. This is light skinned dude. I'm blanking on his name, but anyway, he's one of the newer country stars. There's still plenty of white girls that like country music, but I'll say this: a lot of the white girls they really like. Oh yeah, they like Khalid. Yeah, I know they like Khalid. Yeah, they like Khalid. Oh my god. Yeah, yeah, they really like Khalid. I hope I'm saying his name right, Khalid. But when it comes to white girls, they'll do R&B. They'll you can get them with R&B and rap and some of these things. Um, the weekend works. It still works. I'll say party next door works with the white girls. I'll say I'll me personally, party next door works with them. It works. I don't. Okay, hold on. I see a comment here. He said, "Yeah, Young Doka said the Weekend and Frank Ocean goes for all races. If they are the typical white girl put on an indie music mix." Well, let me give you a name. Let me give you guys a name. Let me give you guys a name real quick from my playlist. Because I don't remember these guys. I don't remember these people's names. Let me give you guys a name. Let me give you guys a name. Oh yeah. Don't be afraid to put on Georgia. Yeah, Georgia Smith. Yes, yeah, Georgia Smith. I'm reading off a list right now. A indie artist that might work. That might work. It might work. What the hell? Actually, no. Actually, nah. Scratch that. That only worked for me one time. That's not gonna work for everybody. Nah, scratch that. But yeah, Georgia Smith. When it comes to yeah, that's a female artist that'll work. Um, yo, let me put you on. Okay, let me put you guys on to game real quick a little bit. It's a lot of girls out there that it's a lot more girls that do you guys know who K Tronada is? That's like my favorite beat maker. A lot of girls like K Tronada. A lot of more girls than you think. K Tronada. A lot of girls like that. A lot more girls than I thought. Right. I don't know. Girls would be really impressed when you know certain music, certain artists. They'd be impressed, man. K Tronada. Oh, how you spell it? You see. Because a lot of girls, they kind of like it's not something that it's not most women don't like K Tronada, but you'll be surprised because he's more of a hip hop slash dance slash EDM type person. So I put it in the chat. Oh wait, Katra Katra. Did I spell that right? Katra Nada. Okay. I hope I said that right. A lot of girls like that, dude, but that's not gonna work for everybody. That's you just gotta because I knew this one specific chick. I kind of had to like gauge her a little bit. So the more I talked to her, I was like, oh, this is a K Tronada type chick. So I pulled it. I was just like, oh yeah, sometimes I'll be, K Tronada drop. You know who K Tronada is? I had to gauge her a little bit. But yeah, shout out to you see South Holland. He says you right about white girls and drill music though. It's what they listen to when their fathers aren't around. They like that rap ninja stuff. That new drill music because they're trying to fit in. They trying to be cool. You know what I mean? But and then I remember somebody said the Frank Ocean. Look, I don't know if Frank Ocean works or not in terms of in the bedroom. I don't know because I don't want to listen to dudes like that in the bedroom, but there's certain artists that will pique a girl's interest. And the people that I named, The Weeknd, Drake, all these guys, they like that, you know. They like that. I'm looking through my list. Trying to see if I know anybody else. Oh yeah, you know what? Tidra Moses, Kalila, and then I made a list. Let me see something real quick. But yeah, I probably can go in. Oh yeah, they like a lot of them like Sampha. Oh yeah, I already said Party Next Door. But I'll say this particularly with white chicks. A lot of them like Party Next Door. A lot of them. A lot more than you think. So that's been working for me. But yeah. The spiritual sage types, they like Kalani, Janae Aiko, SZA, Summer Walker, the usual suspects, right? Jesse Reyes, right? These people. Even though Jesse Reyes to me, if you like, I look at her, I'm like, this girl is a walking red flag. If I ever saw one. Jesse, people got to look up the female artist, Jesse Reyes. That is a walking red flag if I ever saw one. My goodness. Young Doka said most of these girls are bi-curious or just bi. So Frank Ocean always works. I would rather listen to Tory Lanez or The Weeknd. Oh yeah, Tory Lanez works. Tory Lanez works. From experience. Tory Lanez work. You know. But like I always try to tell dudes, like, if you're focused on if you're like hyper focused on getting laid and stuff, don't try to don't be one of these people. Doom when you remember all caps when you spell the man's name and all this stuff. Even though there are chicks that like that. There are chicks that like that old school stuff. That, Doom and 90s hip hop and Wu-Tang and those guys, but you know, they're still there's still there's still plenty of girls that like that. But we got to be real. We got to be real here. But anyways, man, thank you guys That's it for today. That's it for today. Because the next I'll say the next episode I'm gonna go in on the conservatives. I'm definitely gonna go in on the conservatives on the next one. I got that all lined up. I was supposed to do that today. I was supposed to do that today. Let me see something. I'm trying to look. What is that? I'm trying to look for my rock playlist that I had. I have this rock that I had to practice. Not Luke Combs. I'm trying to look for that country guy's name. That was this dude. He was mixed. I can't find his thing. Pause. Was it Luke Bryan's or Luke Combs? I don't know which one I said. One of these guys. But anyways, man, thank you guys, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm about to be out. Young Doka said, "Don't try Toriana BW though. That might strike a nerve with her because of Meg." I'll say this. I disagree. There's some old Tory tracks that you can put on abroad, and she's not gonna help herself. She's not gonna be able to help herself. One day I'll do like a because usually I'm usually dealing with girls exactly my age most times, to be honest with you. Like I'm dealing with women like exactly my age. So I know exactly what a lot of them like, you know. So if I'm dealing with somebody that's like 20 years old or 18, 19, 18, 19, 20 years old, if I'm dealing with somebody like that, it might take me a little bit to gauge their interest. But if I'm dealing with somebody that's like 23, 24, 25, I know exactly what artists they like. But man, thank you guys, man. Take care. Take care. Take care. Take care. I don't want to go too long on this, man, but thank you guys for tuning in, man. Take care, guys.